Chapter 13 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 13. Lady Gleason, owing to an outraged vanity and jealousy she was unable to control, missed the final scene, for before the song was actually finished she was gone. Being near a passage that was draped only by a curtain, she slipped out easily, flung herself into a luxurious motor, and vanished into the bleak autumn night. She had seen enough. Her little heart raged with selfish fury. What followed was told her later by word of mouth. Never could she forgive herself that she had left the studio before the thing had happened. She blamed Debenham for that, too. For Lev alone, it appears, having passed the cup of coffee to her through a third person, in itself an insult of indifference and neglect, stood absorbed in the words and music of the song. Being head and shoulders above the throng, he easily saw the girl at the piano. No one, unless it was Fillory, a few yards away, watched him as closely as did Debenham and Lady Gleason, though all three for different reasons. It was Debenham, however, who made the most accurate note of what he saw, though Fillory's memory was possibly the truer, since his own inner being supplied the fuller and more sympathetic interpretation. Love alone, tall and poised, stood there like a great figure shaped in bronze. He was very calm. His bright hair seemed to rise a little. His eyes, steady and wondering, gazed fixedly. His features, though set, were mobile in the sense that any instant they might leap into the alive and fluid expression of some strong emotion. His whole being, in a word, stood at attention, alert for instant action of some uncontrollable, perhaps terrific kind. He seemed like a glowing pillar of metal that must burst into flame the very next instant, as a member told Lady Gleason later. Debenham watched him. Lev alone seemed transfixed. He stared above the intervening tousled heads. He drew a series of deep breaths that squared his shoulders and made his chest expand. His very muscles ached apparently for instant action. An intensity of wondering joy and admiration that lit his face made the eyes shine like stars. He watched the singing girl as a tiger watches the keeper who brings its long-expected food. The instant the bar is up, it springs, it leaps, it carries off, devours. Only in this case there were no bars, nor was the wild desire for nourishment of a carnal kind. It was companionship. It was intercourse with his own that he desired so intensely. He divines the mother in her, thought Fillory, watching closely, pain and happiness mingled in his heart. The protective, selfless, upbuilding power lies close to nature. And as this flashed across him, he caught a glimpse by chance of its exact opposite, in Lady Gleason's peering, glittering eyes, the destructive lust, the selfish passion, the bird of prey. The dark firs knew his whistle up the trail. The song in that soft, true voice drew to its close. Lev alone was trembling. Good heavens, thought Debenham, is it N.H.? Is it N.H. after all, waking, rising to take possession? He too trembled. It was here that Lady Gleason, close, intuitive observer of her escaping prey, rose up and slipped away, her going hardly noticed by the half-entranced, half-dreaming hearts about her, each intent upon its own small heaven of neat desire. She went as unobtrusively as an animal that is aware of untoward conditions and surroundings, showing her teeth, feeling her claws, yet knowing herself helpless. Not even Debenham, his mind ever keenly alert, observed her going. Fillory alone, conscious of Love alone's eyes across the room, took note of it. She left, her violent little will intent upon vengeance of a later victory that she still promised herself with concentrated passion. Yet Debenham, though he failed to notice the slim animal of prey in exit, noticed this, that the face he watched so closely changed quickly even as he watched, and that the new expression, growing upon it as heat grows upon metal set in a flame, was an expression he had seen before. He had seen it in that lonely mountain valley where a setting sun poured gold upon a burning pyre, upon a dancing, chanting figure, upon a human face he now watched in this ridiculous little Chelsea studio. The sharpness of the air, the very perfume, stole over him as he stared, perplexed, excited, and uneasy. That strange, wild, innocent, and tender face, that power, that infinite yearning. La Vallone had disappeared. It was N.H. that stood and watched the singer at the little modern piano. Then, with the end of the song, came the rush, the bustle of applause, the confusion of many people rising, trotting forward, all talking at once, all moving towards the singer. When La Vallone, hitherto motionless as a statue, suddenly leapt past and through them like a vehement wind through a whirl of crackling dead leaves. Only his deft, skillful movement, of poise and perfect balance, combined with accurate swiftness, could have managed it without bruised bodies and angry cries. There was no clumsiness, no visible effort, no appearance of undue speed. He seemed to move quietly, though he moved like fire. In a moment he was by the piano, and Nyan, in the act of rising from her stool, gazed straight up into his great, lighted eyes. It was singular how all made way for him, drew back, looked on. Confusion threatened. Emotion surged like a rising sea. Without a leader there might easily have been tumult, even a scene. But Fillory was there. His figure intervened at once. "Nyan," he said in a steady voice, "this is my friend, Mr. La Vallone. He wants to thank you." But before she could answer, La Vallone, his hand upon her arm, said quickly, yet so quietly that few heard the actual words perhaps, his voice resonant, his eyes alight with joy, "You are here too, with me and Fillory. We are all exiles together, but you know the way out, the way back. You remember." She stared with delicious wonder into his eyes as he went on. "O star and woman, your voice is wind and fire. Come." And he tried to seize her. "We will go back together. We work here in vain." His arms were round her, almost their faces touched. The girl rose instantly, took a step towards him, then hung back. The stool fell over with a crash. A hubbub of voices rose in the room behind. Povey, Kempster, and a dozen members with them pressed up. The women, with half-shocked, half-frightened eyes, gaped and gasped over the forest of intervening male shoulders. A universal shuffle followed. The confusion was absurd and futile. Both male and female stood aghast and stupid before what they saw. For behind the mere words and gestures there was something that filled the little scene with a strange, shaking power, touching the panic sense. La Vallone lifted her across his shoulders. The beautiful girl was radiant, the man wore the sudden semblance of a god. Their very stature increased. They stood alone, yet Fillory, close by, stood with them. There seemed a magic circle none dared cross about the three. Something immense, unearthly, had come into the room, bursting its little space. Even Debenham, breaking with vehemence through the human ring, came to a sudden halt. In a voice of thunder, though it was not actually loud, La Vallone cried, "Their little personal loves, they cannot understand." He bore Nyan in his arms as wind might lift a loose flower and whirl it aloft. "Come back with me. Come home. The sun forgets us here. The wind is silent. There is no fire. Our work, our service calls us." He turned to Fillory. "You too. Come." His voice boomed like a thundering wind against the astonished, frightened faces staring at him. It rose to a cry of intense emotion. "We are in little exile here, in our wrong place, cut off from the service of our gods. "We will go back." He started, with the girl flung across his frame. He took one stride. The other shuffled back with one accord. "The other summons at the door. But Edward, you too." It was Nyan's voice, as the girl clung willingly to the great neck and arms, the voice of the girl all loved and worshipped and thought wonderful beyond temptation. It was this familiar sound that ran through the bewildered, startled throng like an electric shock. They could not believe their eyes, their ears. They stood transfixed. Within their circle stood La Valonne, holding the girl, almost embracing her, while she lay helpless with happiness upon his huge, enfolding arms. He paused, looked round at Fillory a moment. None dared approach. The men gazed, wondering, with faculties arrested. The women stared, stock-still, with beating hearts. All felt a lifting, splendid wonder they could not understand. Debenham, mute and motionless before an inexplicable thing, found himself bereft of judgment. Analysis and precedent, for once, both failed. He looked round in vain for Kilkoff. Fillory alone seemed master of himself. A look of suffering and joy shone in his face. One hand lay steady upon La Valonne's arm. Within the little circle these three figures formed a definite group, filling the beholders, for the first time in their so-called psychic experience, with the thrill of something utterly beyond their ken, something genuine at last. For there seemed about the group, though emanating, as with shining power, from the figure of La Valonne chiefly, some radiating force, some elemental vigor they could not comprehend. Its presence made the scene possible, even right. "Edward, you too. What is it? Oh, what is it? There are flowers, great winds. I see the fire." A searching tenderness in her tone broke almost beyond the limits of the known human voice. There swept over the onlookers a wave of incredible emotion then, as they saw La Valonne move towards them, as though he would pass through them and escape. He seemed in that moment stupendous, irresistible. He looked divine. The girl lay in his arms like some young, radiant child. He did not kiss her. No sign of a caress was seen. He did no ordinary human thing. His towering figure, carrying his burden almost negligently, came out of the circle like a tide towards them, as one described it later, or as a poem that appeared later in simplicity began, "with his hair of wind and his eyes of fire and his face of infinite desire." He swept nearer. They stirred again in a confused and troubled shuffle, opening a way. They shrank back farther. They shivered, like crying shingle a vast wave draws back. Only Fillory stood still, making no sign or movement. Upon his face that look of joy and pain, wild joy and searching pain. No one, perhaps, but Debenham understood. "Wind and fire," boomed La Valonne's tremendous voice. "We return to our divine, eternal service. O wind and fire, we come back at last." An immense rhythm swept across the room. Then it was, without announcement of word or action, that Nyan, suddenly leaping from the great enfolding arms, stood upright between the two figures, one hand outstretched towards Fillory. At which moment, emerging apparently from nowhere, Kilkoff appeared upon the scene. During the music he had left the studio to find certain sketches he wished to show to La Valonne. He had witnessed nothing, therefore, of what had just occurred. He now stood still, staring in sheer surprise. The people in a ring, gazing with excited, rapt expression into the circle they thus formed, looked like an audience watching some performance that dazed and stupefied them, in which Fillory, La Valonne, and Nyan, his own daughter, were the players. He took it for an impromptu charade, perhaps, something spontaneously arranged during his absence. Yet he was obviously staggered. As he entered, the girl had just leapt from the arms that held her, and run towards Fillory, who stood erect and motionless in the center of the circle. And Levallone's wild, splendid cry in that instant shook its grand music across the vaulted room. So well acted, so dramatic, so real was the scene thus interrupted that Kilcoff stood staring in silence, thinking chiefly, as he said afterwards, that the young man's pose and attitude were exactly, magnificently, what he wanted for the figure of fire and wind in his elemental group. This enthusiastic thought, with the attempt to engrave it permanently in his memory, filled his mind completely for an instant, when there broke in upon it again that resonant voice, half cry, half chant, vibrating with depth and music, yet quiet too. "Wind and fire, my wind and fire, O sun, your messengers are come for us. O come with power and take us with you." Its rhythm was gigantic. So extraordinary was the volume, yet the sweetness too in the voice, though its actual loudness was not great, so arresting was its quality that Kilcoff, as he put it afterwards, thought he heard an entirely new sound, a sound his ears had never known before. He, like the rest of the astonished audience, was caught spellbound. But for an instant only, for at once there followed another voice, releasing the momentary spell, and with the accompanying action warned him that what he saw was no mere game of acting. This was real. "I hear that other summons at the door." Her hands were outstretched, her eyes alight with yearning. She was oblivious of everyone but Fillory, Levalloon, and herself. And her father then, breaking through the crowding figures packed shoulder to shoulder nearest to him, entered the circle. His mind was confused, perhaps for vague ideas of some undesirable hypnotic influence, of some foolish experiment that had become too real, passed through it. He knew one thing only: this scene, whether real or acted, pretense or sincere, must be stopped. The look on his daughter's face, entirely new and strange to him, was all the evidence he needed. He shouldered his way through like an angry bear, making inarticulate noises, growling. But before he reached the actors, before Nyan reached Fillory's side, and while the voice of the girl and of Levalloon still seemed to echo simultaneously in the air, a new thing happened that changed the scene completely. In these few brief seconds, indeed, so much was concentrated, and with such rapidity, that it was small wonder the reports of individual witnesses differed afterwards, almost as if each one had seen a separate detail of the crowded picture. Its incredibility, too, bewildered minds accustomed to imagined dreams rather than to real action. Levalloon, at any rate, all agreed, turned with that ease and swiftness peculiarly his own, caught Nyan again into the air, and with one arm swung her back across his shoulder. He moved then so irresistibly, with a great striding rush in the direction of the door into the street, and so rapidly that the onlookers once more drew back instinctively pell-mell, tumbling over each other in their frightened haste. This, all agreed, had happened. One second they saw Levalloon carrying the girl off. The next, a flash of intense and vivid brilliance entered the big studio, flooding all detail with a blaze of violent light. There was a loud report. There was a violent shock. "The messengers! Our messengers!" The thunder of Levalloon's cry was audible. The same instant, this dazzling splendor, so sparkling it was almost painful, became eclipsed again. There was complete obliteration. Darkness descended like a blow. An inky blackness reigned. No single thing was visible. There came a terrific, splitting sound. The effect of overwhelming, sudden blackness was natural enough. In every mind danced still the vivid memory of that last amazing picture they had seen. Kilcoff, with alarmed face, breaking violently into the circle where his daughter, Nyan, swinging from those giant shoulders, looked back imploringly at Dr. Fillory, who stood motionless as though carved in stone, a smile of curious happiness yet pain upon his features. Yet the figure of Lavalone dominated. His radiant beauty, his air of superb strength, his ease, his power, his wild swiftness. Something unearthly glowed about him. He looked a god. The extraordinary idea flashed into Fillory's mind that some big energy as of interstellar spaces lay about him, as though great Sirius called down along his light years of distance into the little tumbled Chelsea room. This was the picture, set one instant in dazzling violet brilliance, then drowned in blackness, that still hung shining with intense reality before every mind. The following confusion had a moment of real and troubling panic. Women screamed, some fell upon their knees. Men called for light. Various cries were heard. There was a general roar. "To the door! All men to the door! He's controlled! There's an elemental in him!" It was Povey's shrill tones that pierced. "Strike a match!" shouted Kempster. "The electric light has fused. Stay where you are. Don't move, everybody." "Lightning," the clear voice of Debenham was heard. "Keep your heads. It's only a thunderstorm." Matches were struck, extinguished, lit again. A patch of dim light shone here and there upon a throng of huddled people. Someone found a candle that shed a flickering glare upon the walls and ceiling, but only made the shadows chiefly visible. It was an unreal, fantastic scene. A moment later there descended a hurricane gust of wind against the building, with splintering glass as though from a hail of bullets, that extinguished candle and matches and plunged the scene again into total darkness. A terrific clap of thunder, followed immediately by a rushing sound of rain that poured in a flood upon the floor, completed the scene of terror and confusion. The huge north window had blown in. The consternation was for some moments dangerous, for true panic may become an unmanageable thing, and this panic was unquestionably real. The superstitious thread that lies in every human being stretched and shivered, beginning to weave its swift, ominous pattern. The elements dominated the human too completely just then even for the sense of wonder that was usually so active in the society's mental makeup to assert itself intelligently. Most of them lost their heads. All associated that picture of Lavalone and the girl with this terrific demonstration of overpowering elemental violence. Povey's startled cry had given them the lead. The human touch thus added the flavor of something both personal and supernatural. Some stood screaming, whimpering, unable to move. Some were numb, others cried for help. Not a few remained on their knees. The name of God was audible here and there. Many collapsed and several women fainted. To one and all came the realization of that panic fear which dislocates and paralyzes. This was a manifestation of elemental power that had intelligence somewhere driving too suggestively behind it. It was Debenham and Kilcoff who kept their heads and saved the situation. The sudden storm was, indeed, of extreme violence and ferocity. The force of the wind, with the nearness of the terrible lightning and the consequent volume of the overwhelming thunder, were certainly bewildering. But a thunderstorm, they began to realize, was a thunderstorm. "Everyone stay exactly where he is," suddenly shouted Kilcoff through the darkness. His voice brought comfort. "I'll light candles in the inner studio." He did so a moment later. The faint light was reassuring. A pause in the storm came to his assistance. The wind had passed, the rain had ceased, there was no more lightning. With a whispered word to Debenham, he disappeared through the door into the passage. "You look after him. I must find my girl." "One by one now," called Debenham. "Take careful steps. Avoid the broken glass." Voices answered from dark corners as the inner room began to fill. All saw the candlelight and came to it by degrees. "Povey, Kempster, Imson, Father Collins. Each man bring a lady with him. It's only a thunderstorm. Keep your heads." The smaller room filled gradually, people with white faces and staring eyes coming, singly or in couples, within the pale radiance of the flickering candlelight. Feet splashed through pools of water. The furniture, the clothing, were soaked. The heat in the air, despite the great broken window, was stifling. 1 or 2 women were helped, some were carried. There were cries and exclamations, a noise of splintered glass being trodden on or kicked aside. Drinks were brought for those who had fainted. Order was restored bit by bit. The collective consciousness resumed gradually its comforting sway. The herd found strength in contact. A single cry, in a woman's voice, "Pan was among us," was instantly smothered, drowned in a chorus of "Hush! Hush!" as though a mere name might bring a repetition of a terror none could bear again. The entire scene had lasted perhaps 5 minutes, possibly less. The violent storm that had hung low over London, accumulating probably for hours, had dissipated itself in a single prodigious explosion and was gone. Through the gaping north window, torn and shattered, shone the stars. More candles were brought and lighted, food and drink followed, a few cuts from broken glass were attended to, and calm in a measure came back to the battered and shaken, yet thrilled and delighted Prometheans. But all eyes looked for a couple who were not there. 100 heads turned searching, for in every heart lay one chief question. Yet, oddly enough, none asked aloud. The names of Nyan and Lavalon were not spoken audibly. Some touch of awe, it seemed, clung to a memory still burning in each individual mind. It was an awe that none would willingly revive just then. The whole occurrence had been too devastating, too sudden. It all had been too real. There was little talk, nor was there the whispered discussion even that might have been expected. Individual recovery was slow and hesitating. What had happened lay still too close for the comfort of detailed comparison or analysis by word of mouth. With common accord the matter was avoided. Discussions must wait. It would fill many days with wonder afterwards. It was with a sense of general relief, therefore, that the throng of guests, bedraggled somewhat in appearance, eyes still bright with traces of uncommon excitement, their breath uneven and their attitudes still nervous, saw the door into the passage open and frame the figure of their returning host. He held a lighted candle. His bearded face looked grim, but his slow, deep voice was quiet and reassuring. He smiled. His words were commonplace. "You must excuse my daughter," he said firmly, "but she sends her excuses and begs to be forgiven for not coming to bid you all good night. The lightning, the electricity has upset her. I have advised her to go to bed." A sigh of relief from everybody came in answer. They were only too glad to take the hint and go. "The little impromptu act we had prepared for you we cannot give now," he added, anticipating questions. "The storm prevented the second part. We must give it another time instead." End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Of the Bright Messenger, by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 14. Kilcoff, Edward Fillory, and Paul Debenham, between them it seems, were wise in their generation. The story spread that the scene in the studio had been nothing but a bit of inspired impromptu acting, to which the coincidence of the storm had lent a touch of unexpected conviction, where otherwise all would have ended in a laugh and a round or two of amused applause. The spreading of an undesirable story thus was to a great extent prevented. Its discussion remained confined chiefly among the few startled witnesses. Yet the Prometheans, of course, knew a supernatural occurrence when they saw one. They were not to be so easily deprived of their treasured privilege. Thrilled to their marrows, individually and collectively, they committed their versions to writing, drew up reports, compared notes, and generally made the feast last as long as possible. It was, moreover, a semi-sacred feast for them. Its value increased portentously. It bound the society together with fresh life. It attracted many new members. Povey and his committee increased the subscription and announced an entrance fee in addition. The various accounts offered by the members, curious as these were, may be left aside for the moment, since the version of the occurrence as given by Edward Fillory comes first in interest. His report, however, was made only to himself. He mentioned it in full to no one, not even to Paul Debenham. He felt unable to share it with any living being. Only one result of his conclusions he shared openly enough with his assistant. He withdrew his promise. Upon certain details the two men agreed with interest. That everybody in the room, men and women, were on the qui-vive the moment Levallois made his entrance. His appearance struck a note. All were aware of an unusual presence. Interest and curiosity rose like a vapor. Heads all turned one way, as though the same wind blew them. There was a buzz and murmur of whispered voices, as though the figure of Levallois woke into response the same taut wire in every heart. "Who on earth is that? What is he?" was legible in 100 questioning eyes. All, in a word, were aware of something unaccustomed. Upon this detail, and in support of the Society's claim to be special psychic perception, it must be mentioned, Fillory and Debenham were at one. But another detail, too, found them in agreement. It was not the tempest that caused the panic. It was Levallois himself. Something about Levallois had produced the abrupt and singular sense of panic terror. Fillory was glad. He was satisfied, at any rate. The transient, unreal personality called Levallois had disappeared, and, as he believed, forever. A surface apparition, after all, it had been educated, superimposed, the result of imitation and quick learning, a phantom masquerading as an intelligent human being. It was merely an acquired surface self, a physical, almost an automatic intelligence. The deep nature underneath had now broken out. It was the sudden eruption of NH that touched the subconscious self of everyone in the room with its strange, authentic shock. NH was in full possession. Towards this real self he felt attraction, yearning, even love. He had felt this from the very beginning. Why or what it was he did not pretend to know as yet. Towards NH he reacted as towards his own son, as to a comrade, ancient friend, proved intimate and natural playmate even. The strange tie was difficult to describe. In himself, though faint by comparison, lay something akin in sympathy and understanding. They belonged together in the same unknown region. The girl, of course, belonged there too, but more completely, more absolutely even than himself. He foresaw the risks, the dangers. His heart, with a leap of joy, accepted the responsibilities. Unlike Debenham, he had not come that afternoon to scoff. His smile at the vagaries of what his assistant called hysterical psychics had no bitterness, no contempt. If their excesses were pathogenic, often he believed with Lombroso that genius and hysteria draw upon a common origin sometimes, also that from among this unstable material there emerged on occasions hints of undeniable value. To the want of balance was chiefly due the ineffectiveness of these hints. This class, dissatisfied with present things, kicking over the traces which herd together the dull normal crowd into the safe but uninteresting commonplace, but kicking, of course, too wildly, alone offered hints of powers that might one day, obedient to laws at present unknown, become of value to the race. They were temperamentally open to occasional, if misguided, inspiration, and all inspiration, the evidence overwhelmingly showed, is due to an intense but hidden mental activity. The hidden 9/10ths of the self peeped out here and there periodically. These people were, at heart, alert to new ideas. The herd instinct was weak in them. They were individuals. Fillory had not come to scoff. His chief purpose on this particular occasion had been to observe any reactions produced in Levallois by the atmosphere of these unbalanced yet questing minds, and by the introduction to a girl whose beauty, physical and moral, he considered far, far above the standard of other women. Irada Kilkoff, as he saw her, rose head and shoulders, like some magical flower in a fairy tale, beyond her feminine kind. His hopes had been in both respects proved justified. La Valonne was gone. N.H. had swept up commandingly into full possession. If it is the attitude of mind that interprets details in a given scene, it is the heart that determines their selection. Debenham saw collective hallucination, delusion, humbug, useless and undesirable weeds, where his chief saw strange, imperfect growths that might one day become flowers in a marvelous garden. That this garden blossomed upon the sunny slopes of a lost Caucasian valley had a significance he did not shirk. Always he was honest with himself. It was this symbolic valley he longed to people. Its radiant loveliness stirred a forgotten music in his heart. He watched golden bees sipping that wild azalea honey, of which even the natives may not rob them without the dangerous delight of exaltation. His nostrils caught the delicious perfumes. His cheek felt the touch of happy winds. As he stood by the door with Debenham and La Valonne, looking round the crowded Chelsea studio. Aware of this association stirring in his blood, he believed he had himself well in hand. He knew already in advance that a spirit moved upon the face of those waters that were his inmost self. He had that intuitive divination which anticipates a change of spiritual weather. The wind was rising, the atmosphere lay prepared. Already the flowers bent their heads one way. All his powers of self-control might well be called upon before the entertainment ended. Glancing a moment at La Valonne, tall, erect, and poised beside him, he was conscious, it was an instant of vivid self-revelation, that he steadied himself in doing so. He borrowed, as it were, something of that poise, that calm simplicity, that potential energy, that modest confidence. Some latent power breathed through the great stalwart figure by his side. The strength was not his own. La Valonne emanated this power unconsciously. Kilkoff, as described, had then led the youth away to see the sculpture. Debenham was captured by a member, and Fillory found himself alone. He looked about him, noticed here and there individuals whom he knew. Lady Gleason he saw at once on her divan in the corner, with her cigarette, her jewels, her glass, her background of millions through which an indulgent husband floated like a shadow. His eye rested on her a second only, then passed in search of something less insignificant. Miss Lance, who had heard of his books and dared to pretend knowledge of them, monopolized him for 10 minutes. A little tactful kindness managed her easily, while he watched the door where La Valonne had disappeared with Kilkoff, and through which Nyan might any moment now enter. Already his thoughts framed these two together in a picture. His heart saw them playing hand in hand among the flowers of the hidden valley, one flying, the other following, a radiance of sunny fire and a speed of lifting winds about them both, yet he himself, oddly enough, not far away. He, too, was somehow with them. While listening with his mind to what Miss Lance was saying, his heart went out playing with this splendid pair. He would not lose her finally, it seemed. Some subtle kinship held them together in this trinity. The heart in him played wild against the mind. He caught Debenham's eye upon him, and a sudden smile that Miss Lance fortunately appropriated to herself ran over his too thoughtful face. For Debenham's attitude toward the case, his original notes, his obvious concealment of experiences in the Jura Mountains, flashed across him with a flavor of something half comic, half pathetic. With all that knowledge, with all the accumulation of data, Paul stops short of wonder, he thought to himself, his eyes fixed solemnly upon Miss Lance's face. He remembered Coleridge. All knowledge begins and ends with wonder, but the first wonder is the child of ignorance, while the second wonder is the parent of adoration. 1,000 years, and the dear fellow will still regard adoration as hysteria. He chuckled audibly, to his companion's surprise, since the moment was not appropriate for chuckling. Making his peace with his neighbor, he presently left her for a position nearer to the door, Father Collins providing the opportunity. Father Collins, as he was called, half affectionately, half in awe, as of a parent with a cane, was an individual. He had been evangelical, high church, Anglican, Roman Catholic in turn, and finally Buddhist. Believing in reincarnation, he did not look for progress in humanity. The planet resembled a form at school. Individuals passed into it and out of it, but the average of the form remained the same. The fifth form was always the fifth form. Earth's history showed no advance as a whole, though individuals did. He looked forward, therefore, to no utopia, nor shared the pessimism of the thinkers who despaired of progress. A man of intense convictions, yet open mind, he was not ashamed to move. Before the Buddhist phase, he had been icily agnostic. He thought, but also he felt. He had vision and intuition. He had investigated for himself. His mind was of the imaginative scientific order. Buddhism, his latest phase, attracted him because it was a scientific, logical system rather than a religion based on revelation. He belonged eminently to the unstable. He found no resting place. He came to the meetings of the society to listen rather than to talk. His net was far flung, catching anything and everything in the way of new ideas, experiments, theories, beliefs, especially powers. He tested for himself, then accepted or discarded. The more extravagant the theory, the greater its appeal to him. Behind a grim, even a repulsive ugliness, he hid a heart of milk and honey. In his face was nobility, yet something slovenly ran through it like a streak. He loved his kind and longed to help them to the light. Although a rolling stone spiritually, his naked sincerity won respect. He was composed, however, of several personalities, and hence, since these often clashed, he was accused of insincerity too. The essay that lost him his pulpit and parish, the ever-moving truth or proof impossible, was the poignant confession of an honest intellect where faith and unbelief came face to face with facts. The bishop naturally preferred the room of Father Collins to his company. "I should like you to meet my friend," Fillory mentioned, after some preliminary talk. "He would interest you. You might help him, possibly." He mentioned a few essential details. "Perhaps you will call one day, you know my address, and make his acquaintance. His mind, owing to his lonely and isolated youth, is tabula rasa. For the same reason, a primitive nature is his deity." Father Collins raised his bushy dark eyebrows. "I took note of him the moment he came in," he replied. "I was wondering who he was, and what. I'll come one day with pleasure. The innocence on his face surprised me. Is he, may I ask it, friend or patient?" "Both." "I see," said the other, without hesitation. He added, "You are experimenting?" "Studying. I should value the help, the view of a religious temperament." Father Collins looked grim to ugliness. The touch of nobility appeared. "I know your ideals, Dr. Fillory. I know your work," he said gruffly. "In you lies more true religion than in 1,000 bishops. I should trust your treatment of an unusual case. If," he added slowly, "I can help him, so much the better." He then looked up suddenly, his manner as if galvanized. "Unless he can perhaps help us." The words struck Fillory on the raw, as it were. They startled him. He stared into the other's eyes. "What makes you think that? What do you mean exactly?" Father Collins returned his gaze unflinchingly. He made an odd reply. "Your friend," he said, "looks to me like a man who might start a new religion. Nature, for instance. Back to nature being, in my opinion, always a possible solution of over-civilization and its degeneracy. The streak of something slovenly crept into the nobility, smudging it, so to speak, with a blur. Dr. Fillory for a moment waited, listening with his heart. "And find 1,000,000 followers at once," continued the other, as though he had not noticed. "His voice, his manner, his stature, his face, but above all, something he brings with him. Whatever his nature, he's a natural leader. And a sincere, unselfish leader is what people are asking for nowadays." His black bushy eyebrows dropped, darkening the grim, clean-shaven face. "You noticed, of course, the women's eyes," he mentioned. "It isn't, you know, so much what a man says, nor entirely his looks, that excite favor or disfavor with women. It's something he emanates, unconsciously. They can't analyze it, but they never fail to recognize it." Fillory moved sideways a little so that he could watch the inner studio better. The discernment of his companion was somewhat unexpected. It disconcerted him. All his knowledge, all his experience, clustered about his mind as thick as bees, yet he felt unable to select the item he needed. The sunshine upon his inner valley burned a brighter fire. He saw the flowers glow. The wind ran sweet and magical. He began to watch himself more closely. "Love alone is an interesting being," he admitted finally. "But you make big deductions, surely. A mind like yours," he added, "must have its reasons." "Power," replied the other promptly. "Power. The earlier generations," said Emerson, "saw God face to face. We through their eyes. Why should not we also enjoy an original relation to nature? Your friend has this original relation, I feel. He stands close, terribly close, to nature. He brings open spaces even into this bargain sale." He drew a deep breath. "There is a power about him." "Perhaps," interrupted the other. "Not of this earth." "You mean that literally?" "Not of this earth quite, not of humanity, so to speak," repeated Father Collins, half irritably, as though his intelligence had been insulted. "That's the best way I can describe how it strikes me. Ask one of the women. Ask Nyan, for instance. Whatever he is, your friend is elemental." Like a shock of fire, the unusual words ran deep into Fillory's heart, but at that same instant a stirring of the figures beyond the door caught his attention. His main interest revived. The inner door of the private studio, he thought, had opened. "Elemental," he repeated, his interest torn in two directions simultaneously. He looked at his companion keenly, searchingly. "You, a man like you, does not use such words." He kept an eye upon the inner studio. "Without meaning," the other caught him up at once. "No, I mean it. Nor do I use such words idly to a man, Fillory, like you." He stopped. "He has what you have," came the quick, blunt statement. "Only in your case it's indirect, while in his it's direct, essential." They looked at each other. The two minds, packed with knowledge and softened with experience of their kind, though from different points of view, met each other fairly. A bridge existed. It was crossed. Few words were necessary, it seemed. Each understood the other. "Elemental," repeated Fillory, his pulse quickening half painfully. At which instant he knew the inner door had opened. Nyan had come in. The same instant almost she had gone out again. So quick indeed was the interval between her appearance and disappearance that Fillory's version of what he then witnessed in those few seconds might have been ascribed by a third person who saw it with him to his imagination largely. Imaginative, at any rate, the version was. Whether it was on that account unreal is another matter. The swift, tiny scene, however, no one witnessed but himself. Even Debenham, unusually alert with professional anxiety, missed it, as did also the watchful Lady Gleason, whom jealousy made clairvoyant almost. Kilcoff and Levolone, standing sideways to the door, were equally unaware that it had opened, then quickly closed again. None saw, apparently, the radiant, lovely outline. It was a curtained door leading out of the far end of the inner studio into a passage which had an exit to the street. Fillory was so placed that he could see it over his companion's shoulder. Kilcoff, Levolone, and the little group about them stood in his direct line of sight against the dark background of the curtain. The light in this far corner was so dim that Fillory was not aware the curtain door had swung open until he actually saw the figure of Nyan Kilcoff framed suddenly in the clear space, the white passage wall behind her. She wore gloves, hat and furs, having come evidently straight from the street. 10 seconds, perhaps 20, she stood there, gazing with a sudden fixed intensity at Levolone, whose figure, almost close enough for touch, was sideways to her, the face in profile. She stopped abruptly, as though a shock ran through her. She remained motionless. She stared, an expression in her eyes as of life momentarily arrested by wild, glorious, intense surprise. The lips were parted. One gloved hand still held the swinging curtain door. To Fillory it seemed as if a flame leapt into her eyes. The entire face lit up. She seemed spellbound with delight. This leap of light was the first sign he witnessed. The same second her eyes lifted a fraction of an inch, changed their focus, and, gazing past Levolone, looked straight across the room into his own. In his mind at that instant still rang the singular words of Father Collins. In his heart still hung the picture of the flowered valley. It was across this atmosphere the eyes of the girl flashed their message like a stroke of lightning. It came as a cry, almost a cry for help, an audible message whose syllables fled down the valley, yearning sweet, yet a tone of poignant farewell within the following wind. It was a moment of delicious joy, of exquisite pain, of a blissful, searching dream beyond this world. He stood spellbound himself a moment. The look in the girl's big, eloquent eyes threatened a cherished dream that lay too close to his own life. He was aware of collapse, of ruin. That old peculiar anguish seized him. He remembered her words in Baker Street a few days before. "Please bring your friend," the accompanying pain they caused, and now he caught the echo on that following wind along the distant valley. The cry in her eyes came to him. "Why, oh why do you bring this to me? It must take your place. It must put out you." The reasoning and the inspirational self in him knew this momentary confusion as the cry fled down the wind. "Oh, follow, follow, through the cavern's hollow, as the song floats, thou pursue, where the wild bee never flew." The curtain door swung to again. The face and figure were no longer there. Nyan had withdrawn quickly, noticed by none but himself. She had gone up to make herself ready for her father's guests. In a few minutes she would come down again to play hostess as her custom was. It was so ordinary. It was so dislocating. For at that moment it seemed as if all the feminine forces of the universe, whatever these may be, focused in her, and poured against him their concentrated stream to allure, enchant, subdue. He trembled. He remembered Debenham's admission of the panic sense. "It's the air," said a voice beside him. "All this tobacco smoke and scent, and no ventilation." Father Collins was speaking, only he had completely forgotten that Father Collins was in the world. The steadying hand upon his arm made him realize that he had swayed a moment. "The perfume chiefly," the voice continued. "All this cheap, nasty stuff these women use. It's enough to sicken any healthy man. Nobody knows his own smell, they say." He laughed a little. Collins was tactful. He talked on easily of nothing in particular, so that his companion might let the occasion slip or comment on it as he wished. Worse than incense. Fillory gave him the clue, perhaps intentionally, certainly with gratitude. He made an effort. He found control. It intoxicates the imagination, doesn't it? That note of sweet farewell still hung with enchanting sadness in his brain. He still saw those yearning eyes. He heard that cry, and yet the conflict in his nature bewildered him, as though he found two persons in him, one weeping while the other sang. Father Collins smiled, and Fillory then knew that he, too, had seen the girl framed in the doorway, intercepted the glance as well. No shadow of resentment crossed his heart as he heard him add, "She, too, perhaps belongs elsewhere." The phrase, however, brought to his own personal dream the conviction of another understanding mind. "As you yourself do, too," was added in a thrilling whisper suddenly. Fillory turned with a start to meet his eye. "But where?" "That is your problem," said Father Collins promptly. "You are the expert, even though you think, mistakenly, that your heart is robbed." His voice held the sympathy and tenderness of a woman taught by suffering. The nobility was in his face again, untarnished now. His words, his tone, his manner caught Fillory in amazement. It did not surprise him that Father Collins had been quick enough to understand, but it did surprise him that a man so entangled in one formal creed after another, so netted by the conventional thought of various religious systems, and therefore stuffed with old, rigid, commonplace ideas, it did indeed surprise him to feel this sudden atmosphere of vision and prophecy that abruptly shone about him. The extravagant, fantastic side of the man he had forgotten. "Where?" he repeated, gazing at him. "Where indeed?" "Where the wild bee never flew, perhaps." Father Collins's eyebrows shot up as though worked by artificial springs. His eyes, changing extraordinarily, turned very keen. He seemed several persons at once. He looked like, contradictory description, a spiritual Jesuit. The ugly mouth, thank heaven, thought Fillory, showed lines of hidden humor. His sanity, at any rate, was unquestioned. Father Collins watched the planet with his soul, not with his brain alone. But which of his many personalities was now in the ascendancy, no man, least of all himself, could tell. His companion, the expert in him automatically aware of the simultaneous eruption and disruption, waited almost professionally for any outburst that might follow. Arcade Zambo, he reflected, making a stern attempt to keep his balance. "The subconscious, remember, doesn't explain everything," came the words. "Not everything," he added with emphasis. "As with heredity," he looked keenly, half humorously, half sympathetically at the doctor, "there are gaps and lapses. The recent upheaval has been more than an intertribal war. It was a planetary event. It has shaken our nature fundamentally, radically. The human mind has been shocked, broken, dislocated. The prevalent hysteria is not an ordinary hysteria, nor are the new powers, perhaps, quite ordinary either." "Mental history repeats itself," Fillory put in, now more master of himself again. "Unbalance has always followed upheaval. The removal of known, familiar foundations always lets in extravagance of wildest dissatisfaction, search and question." "Upheaval of this kind," rejoined the other gravely, "there has never been since human beings walked the earth. Our fabulous old world trembles in the balance." And as he said it, the dreamer shone in the light below the big black eyebrows, noticed quickly by his companion. "Old ideals have been smashed beyond recovery. The gods men knew have been killed, like Tommy in the trenches. The past is likewise dead, its dreams of progress buried with it by a Black Maria. The human mind and heart stand everywhere, empty and bereft, while their hungry and unanswered questions search the stars for something new." "Well, well," said Fillory gently, half stirred, half amused by the odd language. "You may be right, but mental history has always shown a desire for something new after each separate collapse. Signs and wonders are a recurrent hunger, remember. In the days of Abraham, of Paul, of Moses, it was the same." "Questions today," replied the other, "are based on an immense accumulated knowledge unknown to Moses or to Abraham's time. The phenomenon, I grant you, is the same, but the shock, the dislocation, the shattering upheaval comes in the 20th century upon minds grounded in deep scientific wisdom. It was formerly a shock to the superstitious ignorance of intuitive feeling merely. Today it is organized scientific knowledge that meets the earthquake." "You mentioned gaps and lapses," said Fillory, deeply interested, but still half professionally perhaps in spite of his preoccupations. "You think perhaps those gaps—" One eye watched the inner studio. The unstable in him gained more and more the upper hand. "I mean," replied Father Collins, now fairly launched upon his secret hobby, evidently his qualification for membership in the society, "I mean, Edward Fillory, that the time is ripe, if ever, for a new revelation. If man is the only type of being in the universe, well and good. We see his finish plainly, for the war has shown that progress is a myth. Man remains, in spite of all conceivable scientific knowledge, a savage of low degree, irredeemable, and intellect as a reconstructive force, but of small account." "It seems so, I admit." "But if," Father Collins said as calmly as though he spoke of some new food or hygienic treatment merely, "if mankind is not the only life in the universe, if, for instance, there exist, and why not, other evolutionary systems besides our own, somewhat trumpery type, other schemes and other beings, perhaps parallel, perhaps quite different, perhaps in more direct contact with the sources of life, a purer emanation, so to speak." He hesitated, realizing perhaps that in speaking to a man of Edward Fillory's standing he must choose his words, or at least present his case convincingly, while aware that his inability to do so made him only more extravagant and incoherent. "Yes, quite so," Fillory helped him, noting all the time the suppressed intensity, the half-concealed conviction of an idée fixe behind the calmness, while the balance of his own attention remained concentrated on the group about La Valonne. "If, as you suggest, there are other types of life—" He spoke encouragingly. He had noticed the slovenly streak spread and widen, breaking down, as it were, the structure of the face. He was aware also of the increasing insecurity in himself. "Now is the moment," cried the other. "Now is the time for their appearance." He turned as though he had hit a target unexpectedly. "Now," he repeated, "is the opportunity for their manifestation. The human mind lies open everywhere. It is blank, receptive, ready. On all sides it waits ready and inviting. The gaps are provided. If there is any other life, it should break through and come among us now." Fillory, startled, withdrew for the first time his attention from that inner room. With keen eyes he gazed at his companion. With an abrupt, unpleasant shock, it occurred to him that all he heard was borrowed, filched, stolen out of his own mind. Before words came to him, the other spoke. "Your friend," he mentioned quietly, but with intentional significance, "and patient." La Valonne! But it was at this moment that Nyan Kilcoff, entering again without her hat and furs, had moved straight to the piano, seated herself, and began to sing. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 15. To retail the following scene as Dr. Fillory saw it in detail is not necessary, the sequence of acts, of physical events being already known. The reactions of his heart and mind, however, have importance. What he felt, thought, hoped, and feared, what he believed as well, his point of view, in a word, remain essential. Edward Fillory, being what he was, witnessed it from his own individual angle. His mind, with his heredity, his soul, with its mysterious background, these held the glasses to his eyes, adjusting, as with a Zeiss instrument, each eye separately. In his case, the analyst and thinker checked the unstable dreamer with acute exactitude. This was his special gift. He studied himself best while studying others. His sight, moreover, was exceptionally keen, his glasses of consummate workmanship. He saw, it seems, considerably beyond the normal range. He believed, at least, that he did so. He saw, for instance, that the girl, while her fingers ran over the keys before she sang, searched the room and found Love Alone in a second. Following her rapid glance, he took in the picture that she also saw. Love Alone, coffee-cup in hand, before Lady Gleeson, languishing on the divan, and Debenham just beside them. Love Alone was obviously unaware of Lady Gleeson's presence. He had forgotten her existence. Debenham, a floor-walker with nothing particular to do at the moment, looked uncomfortable and ill at ease, scared a little, fearing a scene, a possible outbreak even. The meaning of the group was easily read. The girl herself undoubtedly read it clearly, too. This flashed upon the cinema screen, and Fillory divined it without the help of tedious letterpress. The same instant he was aware that the girl and Love Alone looked for the first time straight into each other's faces, and that both seemed simultaneously caught into the air as though a star had lifted them. Not even a question lay in their clear eyes. It was an instantaneous understanding, so complete and perfect that the expression of happy surprise was too convincing to be missed even by the slow-witted Lady Gleeson. Vanity usually delays intelligence, and her vanity was abnormal. But she saw the expression on the two faces and interpreted it aright. Fillory noticed that she squirmed. She would presently, he felt positive, disappear. Before the singing ended, he had seen her slink away. The song began. He had heard it before, the vagrant's epitaph, sung by the same clear, sweet voice. He had felt his heart stirred by the true simple feeling she put into it. She knew every word and every bar. The music was her own. He loved it. Both words and music awoke in him invariably a picture of his own lost valley, a physical desire to be over the hills and far away with the homeless liberty of winds and stars and waters, and at the same time its spiritual equivalent, a yearning that the race should discover the immense fair region of its greater hidden self, and enjoy its new powers without restraint. All this was familiar to him. But now, as she sang, there came another deeper meaning that sublimated the essential spirit of it, lifting it out of the known ditch of space and time. Never yet had he heard such yearning passion, such untold desire in her voice. The physical vagrancy changed subtly, exquisitely, to a symbol of a vaster meaning, a spiritual vagrancy that suddenly captured him in bitter pain. Love could not hold him, duty forged no chain. As he listened to the sweetness struck him between the joints of armor he had not realized before was so insecurely bound about him. The anguish of lonely souls, alien among their kind, hungry for companionship they might not find, unclothed, uncared for, desired of none and understanding none. This rose tumultuously in his blood. The wide seas and the mountains called him. The words and music pierced him like a flame. Revel might hold him for a little space. Her voice made it sound like a description of man's brief moment on the whirling planet, tasting adventure with men and women, playing a moment with love and hope and fear, till Turning past the laughter and the lamps, he heard that other summons at the door. The bigger version, this deeper meaning, caught at him with power as he heard the song in the sweet, familiar voice, and realized in a flash that what he felt faintly, love alone felt terrifically. His own detachment was a pose, a shadow, at best a bodiless yearning. In love alone it was a reality of consuming fire. Also, it was an explanation of the girl's own singular aloofness from the world of admiring men. Both belonged, as Father Collins put it, elsewhere. He watched them. La Vallone's eyes, he saw, remained fixed and motionless on the singer. Her own did not leave the notes for a single moment. The words and music poured into the room like a shower of dancing silver. The personality of the girl flowed out with them to meet the newly found companion they addressed. An extraordinary thing then happened. To Fillory it almost seemed that there formed then and there between them a new vehicle, as it were, a body, that gave expression to their own great secret. Something in each of them, unable to manifest through their minds, their brains, their earthly bodies, formed for itself an elastic, subtle vehicle, using the sound, the words, the feeling for this purpose, and as literally as a human spirit uses the familiar physical body for its manifestation. The experience was amazing, but it was real. He watched it carefully. In the room about him, formed on the waves of this sweet singing, shaped by feeling that found normally no other expression, inspired by emotions, yearnings, desires alien to their normal kind, these two created between them a new vehicle or body that could and did express all this. They heard that other summons at the door, and they were off. Yet he too heard the summons, and in the depths of his being he answered to it. His essential weakness, wearing the guise of strength, rose naked. These thoughts and feelings lay unexpressed perhaps, too deep actually, too remote from any experience he had yet known, to find actual words, even in his mind. What did find expression, in thought at any rate, was that, before his very eyes, he witnessed the transfiguring change come over Nyan. Like some flower that has been growing in the shade, then meets the flood of sunshine for the first time, she knew a fresh tide of life sweep over her entire being. She seemed to blossom, breaking almost into flower and fruit before his very eyes, as though sun and wind brought her into a sudden bloom of exquisite maturity. He was aware of rich, deep purple, the faint gold of fruits and flowers, the creamy softness of a rose, the amber of wild grapes bathed in sparkling dew. The luscious promise of the spring matured about her whole presentment into full summer glory. And it was the sun and wind of love alone's enigmatic, stimulating presence close to her that caused the miracle. The essential flower of her life poured forth to meet his own, as he had always felt it must. Love alone's was the mighty wind that lifted her, was the sun in whose heat she basked, expanded, soared. She experienced a strange increase of her natural vitality and being. Her consciousness knew an abrupt intensification. The signs, in that brief moment, were as clear to Fillory's divining heart as though he read them in black printed letters on a page of whitest paper. He knew the cipher and the code. He watched the signals flash. They had not even spoken, yet the relationship was established beyond doubt. He witnessed the first exchange. The wireless message of joy and sympathy that flashed, he intercepted. Through his extremely rapid mind, as he watched, poured memories, reflections, judgments in concentrated form, yet calmly, steadily, though against a background of deep and troubled emotion. There seemed actually a disruption of his personality. Father Collins, standing beside him, divined nothing, he believed, of his agitation, standing, mere figure of a man, listening to the music with attentive pleasure. At least he gave no outward sign. The song drew to its close. Once Nyan raised her eyes, instantly finding those of La Valonne across the room, then shifting again for a fleeting second with a rapidly changing focus to his own. He met them without a quiver. He caught again her tender, searching question. He sent no answer back. In his own heart burned, however, a score of questions that beat against his soul for answers. What was it that each had found thus intuitively within the other? Was it her maternal instinct only that was reached, as with all other men hitherto? Was it at last the woman in her that leapt towards its own divine creative sun? Or was it that hidden, nameless aspect of her which had never yet found a vehicle for manifestation among her own kind, and had therefore remained hitherto unexpressed, bodiless? The answer to this he found easily enough. No jealousy stirred. Pain for himself had been long ago uprooted. Yet pain of a kind he felt. Would La Valonne injure, drag her down, bring suffering, perhaps of an atrocious sort, into her hitherto so innocent life? Was she yet qualified to withstand the fierce fire, the rushing wind that the full force of his strange nature must bring to bear upon her? His questions went prophesying, flying like swift birds to such great distances that no audible answers could return. His pain, at any rate, chiefly was for her. He divined that she was frightened, yet exhilarated before the unexpected apparition of an unusual presence. Accustomed to smaller jets of admiration from smaller men, this deep flood overwhelmed her. This motionless figure watching her among the shadows, listening to her singing, devouring her beauty with an innocence, power, worship she had never yet encountered. Could she, Fillory asked herself, withstand its elemental flood and not be broken by its waves? For at the back of all his questions, haunting his prophecies, filling his hopes and fears with substance, stood one outstanding certainty. The motionless figure in the shadows was not La Valonne. It was N.H. The thing he had expected had now happened. Instinctively, he turned to find his colleague. For what followed, Fillory, of course, was as unprepared as anyone. In some way, difficult to describe, the whole thing had a strangely natural, almost an inevitable touch. The exaggeration that others felt he was not conscious of. He never for a single moment lost his head. The wonder of the elemental violence appealed and stimulated without once touching the sense of fear, much less of panic in him. Searching for Debenham's familiar figure, he found it in the seat that Lady Gleeson had vacated shortly before, but the face turned away towards the inner room so that it was not possible to catch his eye. It was an attentive, critical, almost anxious expression his chief surprised, and while a faint smile perhaps flitted across his own mouth, he became aware that Father Collins, he had again completely forgotten his proximity, was staring with a curious intentness at him. The same instant the song came to an end. Into the brief pause of a second before the applause burst forth, Father Collins's voice was suddenly audible in his ear. "La Valonne's gone," Fillory was saying to himself. "N.H. is in control," when his neighbor's words broke in. The two sentences were simultaneously in his mind. "A man in his own place is the ruler of his fate." And Fillory's astonishment was only equaled by the fact that the grim face was soft with sympathy, and that in the eyes shone moisture that was close to tears. Before he could reply, however, the applause burst forth, making an uproar against which no voice could possibly contend. The subsequent events, following so swiftly, made rejoinder equally out of the question, nor did he see Father Collins again that evening. These Fillory witnessed much as already described through Debenham's eyes. The storm, the panic took place as told. Yet a detail here and there belonged to Fillory's version, for they were a part of his own being. He had, for instance, a warning that something was about to happen, although warning seems not quite the faithful word. He saw the valley for one fleeting second, the three familiar figures, Nyan, N.H. himself, flying through the bright sunshine before a wind that stirred a million flowers. In the farthest possible background of his mind it shone an instant. The shutter dropped again, it vanished. Yet enough to set him on the alert. Into the air about him, into his heart as well, fell an exhilarating and immense refreshment. It rose, as it were, from the most deeply submerged portion of his own hidden being, now stirred, even actually summoned into activity. The shutter meanwhile rose and fell and rose again. The valley reappeared and vanished, then reappeared again. For the truth came smashing against him, smashing his being open and bursting the doors of his carefully instructed, carefully guarded nature. The doors flung from their hinges, and a blinding light poured in and flooded the strangest possible hidden corners. He saw what followed with an accuracy of observation impossible to anyone else, with an intimate sympathy the others could not feel, because he himself took part in the entire scene. But the scene, for him, was not the Chelsea studio with its tobacco smoke and perfume. It was the Caucasian valley whence his own blood derived. Clean, fragrant winds swept past him across mighty space. The walls melted into distances of forest and mountain peaks. The ceiling was a dome of stainless blue. The floor ran deep in flowers. A drenching sunshine of crystal purity bathed the world. It was across bright emerald turf that he saw N.H. dance forward like a wind of power, cry with a joyful, resonant voice to the radiant girl who stood laughing, half hiding, yet at the same time beckoning that she should fly with him. He caught and lifted her, her hair, the whiteness of her skin, flashing in the sun like some marvelous bird in the act of taking wing. For before he had touched her, she leapt through the air to meet his outstretched arms. Yet one hand, one silvery arm, waved towards himself, towards Fillory. Their fingers met and clasped. The three of them, three dancing, free and joyful figures, fled like the wind across the enormous mountains, but fled, he knew beyond all question, home. He saw this in the space of those few seconds in which Nyan was swung over the youth's shoulders beside the piano. The two scenes ran parallel, as it were, before his eyes, outer and inner sight keeping equal pace together. His balance and judgment here were never once disturbed. In the studio, he had just introduced Love Alone to the girl, and the latter had caught her up. In the valley, she had leapt into his arms, and the three of them were off. It was this inner interpretation, keeping always level pace with what was happening outwardly, that furnished Fillory with the hint of an astounding explanation. The figure in the valley, it flashed to him, was, of course, N.H. in all his natural splendor, but a figure unknown surely to all records of humanity as such. Here danced and sang a happy, radiant being, by whom the limitations of the human species were not experienced, even if the species were familiar to him at all. A being from another system, another evolution, an elemental being, whose ideal, development, mode of existence were not those of men and women. N.H. was not a human being, a human soul, a human spirit. He belonged elsewhere and otherwise. Under the guise of Love Alone, he had drifted in. He inhabited Love Alone's frame. In the studio, at this instant, Fillory heard him using the singular words already noted, and in the studio they sounded, indeed, senseless, foolish, even mad. It was, he realized, an attempt to stammer in human language some meaning that lay beyond, outside it. In the valley, however, and at the same moment, they sounded natural and true. The evolutionary system to which N.H. belonged, from which he had in some as yet unknown manner passed into humanity, but to which, though almost entirely forgotten, he yearned with his whole being to return, this other system had, it seemed, its own conditions, its own methods of advance, its ideals and its duties. Were then its inhabitants, This flashed upon him in the delicious wind and sunshine. The workers in what men call the natural kingdoms, the builders of form and structure, the directing powers that express themselves through the elemental energies everywhere behind the laws of nature. Was this their tireless and wondrous service in the planet, in the universe itself? N.H. called the girl to service, not to personal love. Alone, cut off from his own kind, alien and derelict amid the conditions of a humanity strange, perhaps unknown to him, he sought companionship where he could. Drawn instinctively to the more impersonal types, such as Fillory and the girl, he felt there the nearest approach to what he recognized as his own kind. Their ideal of selfless service was a beacon that he understood. He would return to his own kingdom, carrying them both with him. From somewhere, at any rate, this all flashed into his too willing mind. At which second precisely in Fillory's valley vision Kilcoff entered, and, yet before he could take action, the lightning struck and the sudden explosion of the ferocious storm blackened out both the outer and the inner scene. The shock of elemental violence, the astounding revelation as well that an entirely new type had possibly come within his ken, this combined with the emotional disturbance caused by the change produced in Nyan, seemed enough to upset the equilibrium of even the most balanced mind. The darkness added its touch of helplessness besides. Yet Fillory never for a moment lost his head. Two natures in him, cause of his radical instability, merged for a moment in amazing harmony. The panic now dominating all about him seemed so small a thing compared to the shattering discovery life had just offered to him. Across it, finding his way past kneeling women and shrieking girls, drenched to the skin by the flood of entering rain, moving over splintered glass, he found the figure he sought, as though by some instinctive sympathy. They came together in the darkness. Their hands met easily. A moment later they were in the street, and N.H.'s instinctive terror amid the sheets of falling water, an element hostile to his own natural fire, made it a simple matter to get him home in Lady Gleason's motor car. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Of the Bright Messenger, by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 16. When relative order had been restored, Debenham realized, of course, that his colleague had cleverly spirited away their patient, also that the sculptor had carried off his daughter. Relieved to escape from the atmosphere of what he considered collective hysteria, he had borrowed mackintosh and umbrella, and declining several offers of a lift, had walked the 4 miles to his house in the rain and wind. The exercise helped to work off the emotion in him. His mind cleared healthily. Personal bias gave way to honest and unprejudiced reflection. There was much that interested him deeply, at the same time puzzled and bewildered him beyond anything he had yet experienced. He reached the house with a mind steady, if unsatisfied, but the emotions caused by prejudice had gone. His main anxiety centered about his chief. He was glad to notice a light in the upper window, for it meant, he hoped, that Le Vallon was now safely home. While his latchkey sought its hole, however, this light was extinguished, and when the door opened, it was Fillory himself who greeted him, a finger on his lips. "Quietly," he whispered. "I've just got him to bed and put his light out. He's asleep already." Paul noticed his manner instantly, its happiness. There was a glow of mysterious joy and wonder in his atmosphere that made the other hostile at once. They went together towards that inner room where so often together they had already talked both moon and sun to bed. Cold food lay on the table, and while they satisfied their hunger, the rain outside poured down with a steady drenching sound. The wind had dropped. The suburb lay silent and deserted. It was long past midnight. The house was very still, only the occasional step of a night nurse audible in the passages and rooms upstairs. They would not be disturbed. "You got him home all right, then?" Paul asked presently, keeping his voice low. He had been observing his friend closely. The evident pleasure and satisfaction in the face annoyed him. The light in the eyes at the same time profoundly troubled him. Not only did he love his chief for himself, he set high value on his work as well. It would be deplorable, a tragedy, if judgment were destroyed by personal bias and desire. He felt uneasy and distressed. Fillory nodded, then gave an account of what had happened, but obviously an account of outward events merely. He did not wish, evidently, to argue or explain. The strong, rugged face was lit up. The eyes were shining. Some inner enthusiasm pervaded his whole being. Evidently, he felt very sure of something that both pleased and stimulated him. His account of what had happened was brief enough, little more than a statement of the facts. Finding himself close to Lavalone when the darkness came, he had kept hold of him and hurried him out of the house at once. The sudden blackness, it seemed, had made Lavalone quiet again, though he kept asking excitedly for the girl. When assured that he would soon see her, he became obedient as a lamb. The absence of light, apparently, had a calming influence. They found, of course, no taxis, but commandeered the first available private car, Fillory using the authoritative influence of his name. And it was Lady Gleason's car, Lady Gleason herself inside it. She had thought things over, put two and two together, and had come back. Her car might be of use. It was. For the rain was falling in sheets and bucketfuls. The road had become a river of water, and Fillory's automobile, ordered for an hour later, had not put in an appearance. It was the rain that saved the situation. An exasperated expression crossed Debenham's face as he heard this detail emphasized. He had meant to listen without interruption. The enigmatical reference to the rain proved too much for him. "Why the rain? What do you mean exactly, Edward?" "Water," was the reply, made in a significant tone that further annoyed his listener's sense of judgment. "You remember the channel, surely. Water and fire mutually destroy each other. They are hostile elements." There was a look almost of amusement on his face as he said it. Debenham kept a tight hold upon his tongue. It was not impatience or surprise he felt, though both were strong. It was perhaps sorrow. "And so Lady Gleason drove you home?" He waited with devouring interest for further details. The throng of questions, criticisms, and emotion surging in him he repressed with admirable restraint. Lady Gleason, yes, had driven the party home. Fillory made her sit on the back seat alone, while he occupied the front one, Lavalone beside him, but as far back along the deep cushions as possible. The doctor held his hand. At any other time Debenham could have laughed, but he saw no comedy now. Lady Gleason, it seemed, was awed by the seriousness of the chief, whom, even at the best of times, she feared a little. Her vanity, however, persuaded her evidently that she was somehow the center of interest. Yet Debenham, as he listened, had difficulty in persuading himself that he was in the 20th century, and that the man who spoke was his colleague and a man of the day as well. Lavalone talked little, and that little to himself or to me. He seemed unaware that a third person was present at all. Though quiet enough, there was suppressed vehemence still about him. He said various things, that she belonged to us, for instance, that he knew his own, that she was filled with fire in exile, and that he would take her back. Also that I, too, must go with them both. He often mentioned the sun, saying more than once that the sun had sent its messengers. Obviously, it was not the ordinary sun he referred to, but some source of central heat and fire he seems aware of. "You, I suppose, Edward," put in his listener, "said nothing to encourage all this? Nothing that could suggest or stimulate?" Fillory ignored, even if he noticed, the tone of the question. "I kept silence, rather. I said very little. I let him talk. I had to keep an eye on the woman, too. You certainly had your hands full, a dual personality and a nymphomaniac. She helped me without knowing it. All he said about the girl, she evidently took to herself. When he begged me to keep the water out, she drew the window up the last half-inch. The water frightened him. She was sympathetic, and her sympathy seemed to reach him, though I doubt if he was aware of her presence at all until the last minute almost. And at the last minute? She leaned forward suddenly and took both his hands. I had let go of the one I held and was just about to open the door, when I heard her say excitedly that I must let her come and see him, or that he must call on her. She was sure she could help him. He must tell her everything. I turned to look. Levallois, startled into what I believe was his first consciousness of her presence, stared into her eyes and leaned forward among his cushions a little so that their faces were close together. Before I could interfere, she had flung her bare arms about his neck and kissed him. She then sat back again, turning to me, and repeating again and again that he needed a woman's care and that she must help and mother him. She was excited, but she knew what she was saying. She showed neither shame nor the least confusion. She tasted, of course, with her it cannot last, a bigger world. She was most determined. "His reaction?" inquired Debenham, amused in spite of his graver emotions of uneasiness and exasperation. "None whatever. I scarcely think he realized he had been kissed. His interest was so entirely elsewhere. I saw his face a moment among the white ermine, the bare arms and jewels that enveloped him." Fillory frowned faintly. The car had almost stopped. Lady Gleason was leaning back again. He looked at me, and his voice was intense and eager. "Dear Fillory," he said, "we have found each other. I have found her. She knows. She remembers the way back. Here we can do so little." Lady Gleason, however, had interpreted the words in another way. "I'll come tomorrow to see you," she said at once intensely. "You must let me come." The last words addressed to me, of course. The two men looked at one another a moment in silence, and for the first time during the conversation they exchanged a smile. "I got him to bed," Fillory concluded. "In 10 minutes he was sound asleep." And his eyes indicated the room overhead. He leaned back and quietly began to fill his pipe. The account was over. As though a great spring suddenly released him, Paul Debenham stood up. His untidy hair hung wild, his glasses were crooked on his big nose, his tie askew. His whole manner bristled with accumulated challenge and disagreement. "Who?" he cried. "Who, Edward, I ask you?" His colleague, yet knowing exactly what he meant, looked up questioningly. He looked him full in the face. "Hush," he said quietly. "You'll wake him." He gazed with happy, penetrating eyes at his companion. "Paul," he added gently, "do you really mean it? Have you still the faintest doubt?" The moment had drama in it of unusual kind. The conflict between these two honest and unselfish minds was vital. The moment, too, was chosen, the place as well, this small, quiet room in a commonplace suburb of the greatest city on the planet, drenched by earthly rain and battered by earthly wind from the heart of an equinoctial storm. The mighty universe outside, breaking with wondrous, incredible impossibilities upon a mind that listened, and a mind that could not hear. And upstairs, separated from them by a few carpenter's boards, an assortment of souls, either derelict and ruined, or gifted supernormally, masters of space and time perhaps, yet all waiting to be healed by the best knowledge known to the race. And one among them, about whom the conflict raged, sound asleep, while wind and water stormed, while lightning fires lit the distant horizons, while the great sun lay hidden and darkness crept soundlessly to and fro. "Have you still the slightest doubt, Paul?" repeated Fillory. "You know the evidence. You have an open mind." Then Debenham, still standing over his chief, let out the storm that had accumulated in him overlong. He talked like a book. He talked like several books. It seemed almost that he distrusted his own personal judgment. "Edward," he began solemnly, not knowing that he quoted, "you above all men understand the lower recesses of the human heart, that gloomy, gigantic oubliette in which our million ancestors writhe together inextricably, and each man's planetary past is buried alive." Fillory nodded quietly his acquiescence. "You, of all men, know our packed, limitless subterranean life," Debenham went on, "and its impenetrable depths. You understand telepathy, extended telepathy as well, and how a given mind may tap not only forgotten individual memories, but memories of his family, his race, even planetary memories into the bargain. The memory, in fact, of every being that ever lived, right down to Adam, if you will." "Agreed," murmured the other, listening patiently while he puffed his pipe and heard the rain and wind. "I know all that. I know it, at any rate, as a possible theory." "You also know," continued Debenham in a slightly less strident tone, "your own—forgive me, Edward— your own idiosyncrasies, your weaknesses, your dynamic accumulated repressions, your strange physical heritage, and spiritual—I repeat the phrase—your spiritual vagrancies towards— He broke off suddenly, unable to find the words he wanted. "I'm illegitimate, born of a pagan passion," mentioned the other calmly. "In that sense, if you like, I have in me a complex against the race, against humanity as such." He smiled patiently, and it was the patience, the evident conviction of superiority, that exasperated his cautious, accurate colleague. "If I love humanity, I also tolerate it, perhaps, for I try to heal it," added Fillory. "But believe me, Paul, I do not lose my scientific judgment." "Edward," burst out the other, "how can you think it possible, then, that he is other than the result of tendencies transmitted by his mad parents, or acquired from Mason, who taught him all he knows, or, if you will, that he has these hysterical faculties, supernormal as we may call them, which tap some racial, even, if you will, some planetary past?" He again broke off, unable to express his whole thought, his entire emotion in a few words. "I accept all that," said Fillory, still calmly, quietly. "But perhaps now, in the interest of truth—" his tone was grave, his words obviously chosen carefully— "if now I feel it necessary to go beyond it, my strange heritage," he added, "is even possibly a help and guide. How," he asked, a trace of passion for the first time visible in his manner, "shall we venture, how decide, for we are not wholly ignorant, you and I, between what is possible and impossible? Is this trivial planet, then," he asked, his voice rising suddenly, ominously perhaps, "our sole criterion? Dare we not venture beyond a little? The scientific mind should be the last to dogmatize as to the possibilities of this life of ours." The authority of chief, the old tie of respectful and affectionate friendship, the admiring wonder that pertained to a daring spectator who had often proved himself right in the face of violent opposition, all these affected Debenham. He did not weaken, but for an instant he knew, perhaps, the existence of a vast, incredible horizon in his friend's mind, though one he dared not contemplate. Possibly he understood in this passing moment a huger world, a new outlook that scorned limit, though yet an outlook that his accurate, smaller spirit shrank from. He found, at any rate, his own words futile. "You remember," he offered, "we need only suppose the continuity of our own consciousness with a mother sea to allow for exceptional waves occasionally pouring over the dam." "Good, yes," said Fillory. "But that mother sea, what may it not include? Dare we set limits to it?" And as he said it, Fillory, emotion visible in him, rose suddenly from his chair. He stood up and faced his colleague. "Let us come to the point," he said in a clear, steady voice. "It all lies, doesn't it, in that question you asked?" "Who?" came at once from Debenham's lips, as he stood, looking oddly stiff and rigid opposite his chief. There was a touch of defiance in his tone. "Who?" He repeated his original question. No pause intervened. Fillory's reply came sharp and firm. "N.H.," he said. An interval of silence followed. Then, between the two men, as they looked into each other's eyes, Fillory waited for his assistant to speak, but no word came. "Love alone," the older man continued, "is the transient, acquired personality. It does not interest us. There is no real love alone. The sole reality is N.H." He spoke with the earnestness of deep conviction. There was still no reply or comment from the other. "Paul," he continued, steadying his voice and placing a hand upon his colleague's shoulder, "I am going to ask you to consider our arrangement cancelled. I must—" Then, before he could finish what he had to say, the other had said it for him. "Edward, I give you back your promise." He shrugged his shoulders ever so slightly, but there was no unpleasant, no antagonistic touch now either in voice or manner. There was, rather, a graver earnestness than there had been hitherto, a hint of reluctant acquiescence, but also there was an emotion that included certainly affection. No such fundamental disagreement had ever come between them during all their years of work together. "You understand," he added slowly, "what you are doing, what is involved." His tone almost suggested that he spoke to a patient, a loved patient, but one over whom he had no control. He sighed. "I belong, Paul, myself to the unstable, if that is what you mean," said his old friend gently, "and with all of danger or of wonder it involves." The faint movement of the shoulders again was noticeable. "We need not put it that way, Edward," was the quiet rejoinder, "for that, if true, can only help your insight, your understanding, and your judgment." He hesitated a moment or two, searching his mind carefully for words. Fillory waited. "But it involves, I think," he went on presently in a firmer voice, "his fate as well. He must become permanently one or other." No pause followed. There was a smile of curious happiness on Fillory's face as he instantly answered in a tone of absolute conviction. "There lies the root of our disagreement, Paul. There is no other. I am positive for once. There is only one, and that one is N.H." "Umph," his friend grunted. Behind the exclamation hid an attitude confirmed, as though he had come suddenly to a big decision. "You see, Paul, I know." End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 17. It was not long after the scene in the studio that the Prometheans foregathered at dinner in the back room of the small French restaurant in Soho and discussed the event. The prices were moderate, conditions free and easy. It was a favorite haunt of members. Tonight, moreover, there was likely to be a good attendance. The word had gone out. The studio scene had, of course, been the subject of much discussion already. The night of its occurrence it had been talked over till dawn in more than one flat, and during the following days the society, as a whole, thought of little else. Those who had not been present had to be informed, and those who had witnessed it found it an absorbing topic of speculation. The first words that passed when one member met another in the street was, "What did you make of that storm? Wasn't it amazing? Did your solar plexus vibrate? Mine did. And the light, the color, the vibrations, weren't they terrific? What do you think he is?" It was rumored that the secretary was asking for individual reports. Excitement and interest were general, though the accounts of individual witnesses differed extraordinarily. It seemed impossible that all had seen and heard the same thing. The back room was pleasantly filled tonight, for it was somehow known that Millington Povey and possibly Father Collins too were coming. Miss Milligan, the astrologist, was there early, arriving with Mrs. Towser, who saw auras, and had already, it was rumored, painted automatically a strange rendering of forces that were visible to her clairvoyantly during the occurrence. Miss Lance, in shining beads and a glittering scarf, arrived on their heels, an account of the scene in her pocket, to be published in her magazine, Simplicity, after she had modified it according to what she picked up from hearing other and better descriptions. Kempster, immaculate as ever, ordering his food as he ordered his clothes, like a connoisseur, was one of the first to establish himself in a comfortable seat. He knew how to look after himself, and was already eating in his neat, dainty way, while the others still stood about studying the big white menu with its illegible hieroglyphics in smudged violet ink. He supplemented his meals with special patent foods of vegetarian kind he brought with him. He had dried bananas in one pocket and spirit photographs in another, and he was invariably pulling out the wrong thing. Meat he avoided. "A man is what he eats," he held, and animal blood was fatal to psychic development. To eat pig or cow was to absorb undesirable characteristics. Next to him sat Latimer, a lanky man of 30, with loose clothes, long hair, and eyes of strange intensity. Known as occultist and alchemist, he was also a chemist of some repute. His life was ruled by a master desire and a master fear. The former, that he might one day project his double consciously. The latter, that in his next earthly incarnation he might be, the prospect made him shudder, a woman. He sought to keep his thought as concrete as possible, the male quality. He believed that the nervous center of the physical body which controlled all such unearthly, if not definitely spiritual impulses, was the solar plexus. For him it was the important portion of his anatomy, the seat of intuition. Brain came second. "The fellow," he declared emphatically, "stirred my solar plexus, my kundalini, that's all I know." He referred, as all understood, to the latent power the yogis claim lies coiled, but only rarely manifested, in the great nervous center. His statement, he knew, would meet with general approval and understanding. It was the literal Kempster who spoiled his opening. "Paul Debenham," said the latter, "thinks it's merely a secondary personality that's emerged. I had a long argument with him about it." "Never argue with the once-born," declared Povey flatly, producing his pet sentence. "It's a waste of time. Only older souls, with the experience of many earthly lives stored in their beings, are knowledgeable." He filled his glass and poured out for others, Latimer and Mrs. Towser alone declining, though for different reasons. "It destroys the sight," explained the former. "Alcohol sets up coarse vibrations that ruin clairvoyance." "I decided to deny myself till the war is over," was Mrs. Towser's reason, and when Povey reminded her of the armistice, she mentioned that Turkey hadn't signed yet. "I think his soul—" began Miss Lance. "If he has a soul," put in Povey electrically. "Is hardly in his body at all," concluded Miss Lance, less convincingly than originally intended. "It was love at first sight. His sign is fire, and hers is air," Miss Milligan said. "That's certain. Of course they came together." "A clear case of memory, at any rate," insisted Kempster. Two old souls meeting again for the first time for thousands of years, probably. Love at first sight, or hate for that matter, is always memory, isn't it?" He disliked the astrology explanation. It was not mysterious enough, too mathematical and exact to please him. "Secondary personalities are invariably memories of former selves, of course," agreed young Dixon, the theosophist, who was on the verge now of becoming a psychoanalyst and had already discarded Freud for Jung. "If not memories of past lives, then their desires suppressed in this one." "The less you think, the more you know," suggested Miss Lance. She distrusted intellect and believed that another faculty, called instinct or intuition, according to which word first occurred to her, was the way to knowledge. She was about to quote Bergson upside down when Povey, foreseeing an interval of boredom, took command. "One thing we know, at any rate," he began judiciously. "We aren't the only beings in the universe. There are non-human intelligences, both vast and small. The old worldwide legends can't be built on nothing. In every age of history, the reports are universal, we have pretty good evidence for other forms of life than humans." "Though never yet in human form," put in Latimer, yet sympathetically. "Their bodies, I mean, aren't human," he added. "Exactly, that's true. But the gods, the fauns, the satyrs, the elemental beings, as we call them, sylphs, undines, gnomes, and salamanders, to say nothing of fairies, et hoc genus omne, there must be some reasonable foundation for their persistence through all the ages." "They all belong to the diva evolution," Dixon mentioned with conviction. "In the East it's been known and recognized for centuries, hasn't it? Another evolutionary system that runs parallel to ours. From planetary spirits down to elementals, they're concerned with the building up of form in the various kingdoms." "Yes, yes," Povey interrupted impatiently. Dixon was stealing what he had meant to say himself, and to say, he flattered himself, far better. "We know all that, of course. They stand behind what we call the laws of nature, non-human activities and intelligences of every grade and kind. They work for humanity in a way, are in other space and time, deathless, of course, yet, in some strange way, always eager to cross the gulf fixed between the two and so find a soul. They are impersonal in a sense, as impersonal as, say, wind and fire, through which some of them operate as bodies." He paused and looked about him, noting the interested attention he awaked. "There may be times," he went on, "there probably are certain occasions, when the gulf is more crossable than others." He laid down his knife and fork as a sympathetic murmur proved that the point he was leading up to was favorably understood already. "We have had this war, for instance," he stated, his voice taking on a more significant and mysterious tone. "Dislodged by the huge upheaval, man's soul is on the march again." He paused once more. "They," he concluded, lowering his voice still more and emphasizing the pronoun, "are possibly already among us. Who knows?" He glanced round. "We do, we know," was the expression on most faces. All knew precisely what he meant and to whom he referred, at any rate. "You might get him to come and lecture to us," said Dixon, the first to break the pause. "You might ask Dr. Fillory. You know him." "That's an idea," began the secretary, when there was a commotion near the door. His face showed annoyance. It was the arrival of Toogood that at this moment disturbed the atmosphere and robbed Povey of the effect he aimed at. It provided Kempster, however, with an idea at the same time. "Here's a psychometrist," he exclaimed, making room for him. "He might get a bit of his hair or clothing and psychometrize it. He might tell us about his past, if not exactly what he is." The suggestion, however, found no seconder, for it seemed that the new arrival was not particularly welcomed. Judging by the glances, the varying shades of greeting, too, he was not fully trusted. Perhaps this broad, fleshy man of 35, with complexion blotchy, an over-sensual mouth, and eyes a trifle shifty. His claim to membership was twofold. He remembered past lives, and had the strange power of psychometry. An archaeologist by trade, his gift of psychometry, by which he claimed to hold an object and tell its past, its pedigree, its history, was of great use to him in his calling. Without further trouble, he could tell whether such an object was genuine or sham. Dealers in antiquities offered him big fees, but no, I cannot prostitute my powers, you see, and he remained poor accordingly. In his past lives, he had been either a famous pharaoh or Cleopatra, according to his audience of the moment and its male or female character, but usually Cleopatra, because, on the whole, there was more money and less risk in her. He lectured for a fee. Lately, however, he had been pharaoh, having gotten into grave trouble over the Cleopatra claim, even to the point of being threatened with expulsion from the society. His attitude during the war, besides, had been unsatisfactory. It was felt he had selfishly protected himself on the grounds of being physically unfit. Apart from archaeology, too, his chief preoccupation, derived from past lives, of course, was sex, in the form of other men's wives, his own wife and children being naturally very recent and somewhat negligible ties. His gift of psychometry, nonetheless, was considered proved, in spite of the backward and indifferent dealers. His mind was quick and not unsubtle. He became now au fait with the trend of the conversation in a very few seconds, but he had not been present at the studio when the occurrence all discussed had taken place. "Hair would be best," he advised tentatively, sipping his whiskey and soda. He had already dined. "It's a part of himself, you see. Better than mere clothing, I mean. It's extremely vital, hair. It grows after death." "If I can get it for you, I will," said Povey. "He may be lecturing for us before long. I'll try." "With psychometry and a good photograph," Kempster suggested. "A time exposure, if possible. We ought to get some evidence, at any rate. It's first-hand evidence we want, of course, isn't it? What do you think of this, for instance, I wonder?" He turned to Latimer, drawing something from his pocket and showing it. "It's a time exposure at night of a haunted tree. You'll notice a queer sort of elemental form inside the trunk and branches. Oh!" He replaced the shriveled banana in his pocket and drew out the photograph without a smile. "This," he explained, waving it, "is what I meant." They fell to discussing it. Meanwhile, Povey, anxious to resume his lecture, made an effort to recover his command of the group atmosphere which Toogood had disturbed. The latter had a personal magnetism which made the women like him in spite of their distrust. "I was just saying," he resumed, patting the elbow of the psychometrist, "that this strange event we've been discussing—you weren't present, I believe, at the time, but of course you've heard about it—has features which seem to point to something radically new, or at least of very rare occurrence. As Latimer mentioned, a human body has never yet, so far as we know, been occupied, obsessed, by a non-human entity, but that, after all, is no reason why it should not ever happen. What is a body, anyhow? What is an entity, too?" Povey's thought was wandering, evidently. The thread of his first discourse was broken. He floundered. "Man, anyway, is more than a mere chemical machine," he went on. "A crystallization of the primitive nebulae, though the instrument he uses, the body he works through, is undoubtedly thus describable. Now, we know there are all kinds of non-human intelligences busy on our planet, in the universe itself as well. Why, then, I ask, should not one of these—" He paused, unable to find himself, his confusion obvious. He was glad of the interruption that was then provided by the arrival of Imson, as his audience was. Toogood certainly was not sorry. He need find no immediate answer. He sipped his drink and made mental notes. Imson arrived in a rough brown ulster with the collar turned up about his ears, a low flannel shirt, not strictly clean, lying loosely round his neck. His colorless face was of somewhat flabby texture, due probably to his diet, but its simple, honest expression was attractive, the smile engaging. The touch of foolishness might have been childlike innocence, even saintliness, some thought, and though he was well over 40, the unlined skin made him look more like 30. He enjoyed a physiognomy not unlike that of a horse or sheep. His big brown eyes stared wide open at the world, expecting wonder and finding it. His hobby was inspirational poems. One lay in his breast pocket now. He burned to read it aloud. Pat Imson's ideal was an odd one: detachment. The desire to avoid all ties that must bring him back to future incarnations on the earth, to shew making fresh karma, in a word. He considered himself an old soul, and was rather weary of it all, of existence and development, that is. To take no part in life meant to escape from those tangles for whose unraveling the law of rebirth dragged the soul back again and again. To sow no causes was to have no harvest of effects to reap with toil and perspiration. Action, of course, there must be, but indifference to results of action was the secret. Imson, nonetheless, was always entangled with wives and children. Having divorced one wife and been divorced by another, he had recently married a third. A flock of children streamed behind him. He was a good father, if a strange husband. "It's old karma I have to work off," he would explain, referring to the wives. "If I avoid the experience, I shall only have to come back again. There's no good shirking old karma." He gave this explanation to the wives themselves, not only to his friends. "Face it, and it's done with. Worked off, you see." That is, it had to be done nicely, kindly, generously. An entire absence of the sense of humor was, of course, his natural gift, yet a certain quaint wisdom helped to fill the dangerous vacuum. He was known usually as Pat. "Come on, Pat," said Povey, making room for him at his side. "How's karma? We're just talking about La Vallone and the studio business. What do you make of it? You were there, weren't you?" The others listened attentively, for Imson had a reputation for seeing true. "I saw it, yes," replied Imson, ordering his dinner with indifference, soup, fried potatoes, salad, cheese, and coffee, but declined the offered wine. The group waited for his next remark, but none was forthcoming. He sat crumbling his bread into the soup and stirring the mixture with his spoon. "Did you see the light above him, Mr. Imson?" asked Miss Lance. "The brilliant aura of golden yellow that he wore? I thought, it sounds exaggerated, I know, but to me it seemed even brighter than the lightning. Did you notice it?" "Well," said Imson slowly, putting his spoon down, "I'm not often clairvoyant, you know. I did notice, however, a sort of radiance about him. But with hair like that, it's difficult to be certain." "Full of lovely patterns," said Mrs. Towser. "Geometrical patterns." "Like astrological designs," mentioned Miss Milligan. "He's Leo, of course, fire." "Almost as though he brought or caused the lightning, as if it actually emanated out of his atmosphere somehow," claimed Miss Lance, for it was her conversation after all. "I saw nothing of that," replied Imson quietly. "No, I can't say I saw anything exactly like that." He added honestly, with his engaging smile that had earned for him in some quarters the nickname of the Sheep, "I was looking at Nyan, you see, most of the time." A smile flickered round the table, for rumor had it that the girl had once seemed to him as possible karma. "So was I," put in Kempster with kindly intention, though his sympathy was evidently not needed. Imson was too simple even to feel embarrassment. "She came to life suddenly for the first time since I've known her. It was amazing." To which Imson, busy over his salad dressing, made no reply. Povey, lighting his pipe and puffing out thick clouds of smoke, was cleverer. "Love alone's effect upon her, whatever it was, seemed instantaneous," he informed the table. "I never saw a clearer case of two souls coming together in a flash." "As I said just now," Kempster quickly mentioned. "They are similar," said Imson, looking up while the group waited expectantly. "Similar," repeated Kempster. "Ah." "It was the surprise in her face that struck me most," observed Povey quickly, making an internal note of Imson's adjective, but knowing that indirect methods would draw him out better than point-blank questions. "Love alone showed it too. It was an unexpected recognition on both sides. They are similar, as you say, both at the same stage of development, whatever that stage may be. The expression on both faces—" "Escape," exclaimed Imson, giving at last the kernel of what he had to say. And the effect upon the group was electrical. A visible thrill ran round the Soho table. "The very word," exclaimed Povey and Miss Lance together. "Escape." But neither of them knew exactly what they meant, nor what Imson himself meant. "Love alone has, of course, already escaped," the latter went on quietly. "He is no longer caught by causes and effects as we are here. He's got out of it all long ago, if he was ever in it at all." "If he was ever in it at all," said Povey quickly. "You noticed that too. You're very discerning, Pat." "Clairvoyant," mentioned Miss Lance. "I've seen them in dreams like that," returned Imson calmly. "I often see them, of course." He referred to his qualification for membership. "The great figures I see in dream have just that unearthly expression." "Unearthly," said Mrs. Towser with excitement. "Non-human," mentioned Kempster suggestively. "Not of this world, anyhow," suggested Miss Lance mysteriously. "Divine?" inquired Miss Milligan below her breath. "Really," murmured Toogood, "I must get a bit of his hair and psychometrize it at once." He was sipping a second glass of whiskey. Imson looked round at each face in turn, apparently seeing nothing that need increase his attachment to the planet by way of fresh karma. "The diva world," he said briefly after a pause. "Probably he's come to take Nyan off with him. She, I always said so, has a strong strain of the elemental kingdom in her. She may be his divi. Love alone, I'm sure, is here for the first time. He's one of the non-human evolution. He's slipped in. A diva himself, probably." It was as though he said that the waiter was Swiss or French, or that the proprietor's daughter had Italian blood in her. Povey looked round him with an air of triumph. "Ah," he announced, as who should say, "you all thought my version a bit wild, but here's confirmation from an unbiased witness." "Oh, well, I can't be certain," Imson reminded the group. If he deceived them enough to change their lives in any respect, it involved fresh karma for himself. Care was indicated. "I can't be positive, can I?" he hedged. "Only, I must say, the great diva figures I've seen in dream have exactly that look and expression." "That's interesting, Pat," Povey put in, "because before you came I was suggesting a similar explanation for his air of immense potential power. The elemental atmosphere he brought, we all noticed it, of course." "Elemental is the only word," Miss Lance inserted. "A great nature being." She was thinking of her magazine. "He struck me as being so close to nature that he seemed literally part of it." "That would explain the lightning and the strange cry he gave about messengers," replied Imson, wiping the oil from his chin and sprinkling his petit suisse with powdered sugar. "It's quite likely enough." "I wish you'd jot down what you think, a little report of what you saw and felt," the secretary mentioned. "It would be of great value. I thought of making a collection of the different versions and accounts." "They might be published some day," thought Miss Lance. "Let's all," she added aloud with emphasis. Imson nodded agreement, making no audible reply, while the conversation ran on, gathering impetus as it went, growing wilder possibly, but also more picturesque. A man in the street, listening behind a curtain, must have deemed the talker suffering from delusion, mad. A good psychologist, on the other hand, similarly screened, and knowing the antecedent facts, the studio scene, at any rate, must have been struck by one outstanding detail, the effect, namely, upon one and all of the person they discussed. They had seen him for an hour or so among a crowd, a young man whose name they hardly knew. Only a few had spoken to him. There had been, it seemed, neither time nor opportunity for him to produce upon one and all the impression he undoubtedly had produced. For in every mind, upon every heart, Love Alone's mere presence had evidently graven an unforgettable image, scored an undecipherable hieroglyph. Each felt, it seemed, the hint of a personality their knowledge could not explain, nor any earthly explanation satisfy. The consciousness in each one, perhaps, had been quickened. Hence, possibly, the extravagance of their conversation. Yet, since all reported differently, collective hysteria seemed discounted. Meanwhile, as the talk continued and the wings of imaginative speculation fanned the thick tobacco smoke, others had dropped in, both male and female members, and the group now filled the little room to the walls. The same magnet drew them all, in each heart burned the same huge question mark. Who, what, is this Love Alone? What was the meaning of the scene in Kilkoff's studio? Here, too, was a curious and significant fact about the gathering: the amount of knowledge, true or otherwise, they had managed to collect about Love Alone. One way or another, no one could say exactly how the society had picked up on an astonishing array of detail they now shared together. It was known where he had spent his youth, also how and with whom, as well as something of the different views about him held by Dr. Debenham and Edward Fillory. To such temperaments as theirs, the strange, the unusual, came automatically perhaps, percolating into their minds as though a collective power of thought-reading operated. Garbled, fanciful, askew their information may have been, but a great deal of it was not far wrong. Imson, for instance, provided an account of Love Alone's birth, to which all listened spellbound. He evaded all questions as to how he knew of it. "His parents," he assured the room, "practiced the old forgotten magic. His father, at any rate, was an expert, if not an initiate, with all the rites and formula of ancient times in his memory. Love Alone was born as the result of an experiment, its origins dating back so far that they concern life upon another planet, I believe a planet nearer to the sun. The tremendous winds and heat were vehicles of deity, you see, there." "The parents, you mean, had former lives upon another planet?" asked someone in a hushed tone. "Or he himself?" "The parents, and Mason. Mason was involved in the experiment that resulted in the birth of Love Alone here today." "The experiment? What was it exactly?" inquired Latimer, while Toogood surreptitiously made notes on his rather dirty cuff. Imson shrugged his shoulders very slightly. "Some of it came to me in sleep," he mentioned, producing a paper from his pocket and beginning to read it aloud before anyone could stop him. "When the sun was younger, and the moon and stars were thrilled with my human birth, and the winds fled shouting the wondrous news as they circled the sea and the earth. From the fight for money and worldly fame I drew one magical soul, who came to me over the starlit sea as the needle turns to the pole. Conceived in the hour the stars foretold, this son of the winds I bore, and I taught him the secrets of "Yes," interrupted Povey audaciously, "but the experiment you were telling us about." A murmur of approving voices helped him. "Oh, the experiment, yes. Well, all I know is," he went on with conviction, calmly replacing the poem in his pocket, "that it concerned an old rite involving the evocation of some elemental being or nature spirit the three of them had already evoked millions of years before, but had not banished again. The experiment made today was to restore it to its proper sphere. In order to do so, they had to evoke it again, and, of course—" he glanced round, as though all present were familiar with the formula of magical practices—"it could come only through the channel of a human system." "Of course, yes," murmured a dozen voices, while eyes grew bigger and a pin dropping must have been audible. "Well," Imson spoke very slowly now, each word clear as a bell, "the father, who was officiating, failed. He could not stand the strain. His heart stopped beating. He died. Just when it was there, he dropped dead." "What happened to it?" asked Povey, too interested to care that he no longer led the room. "You said it could only use a human system as a channel." "It did so," explained Imson. The information produced a pause of several seconds. Some of the members, like Toogood, though openly, were making pencil notes upon cuffs or backs of envelopes. "But the channel was neither Mason nor the woman." The effect of this negative information was nothing compared to the startling interest produced by the speaker's next words. "It took the easiest channel, the line of least resistance, the unborn body of the child." Povey, seizing his opportunity, leapt into the silence. "Whose body, now full-grown and named Lavalone, came to the studio," he exclaimed, looking round at the group, as though he had himself given the explanation all had just listened to. "A human body tenanted by a nature spirit, one of the form builders, a diva." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 18. For all the wildness of the talk, this group of the unstable was a coherent and consistent entity, using a language each item in it understood. They knew what they were after. Alcohol, coffee, tobacco, underfeeding, these helped or hindered, respectively, the expression of an ideal that, nevertheless, was common to them all. And if the minds represented were unbalanced or merely speculative, poetic, one genuine quest and sympathy bound all together into a coherent, and who shall say unintelligent or valueless, unit. The unstable enjoyed an extreme sensitiveness to varied experience, with flexible adaptability to all possible new conditions, whereas the stable, with their rigid mental organizations, remained uninformed, stagnant, even fossilized. In other rooms about the great lamp-lit city sat, doubtless, other similar groups at the very same moment, discussing the shibboleths of other faiths, of other dreams, of other ideas, systems, notions, philosophies, all interpretive of the earth in which little humanity dwells, cut off and isolated, apparently, from the rest of the stupendous universe. A listener, screened from view, a listener not in sympathy with the particular group he observed, and puzzled, therefore, by the language used, must have deemed he listened to harmless, if boring, madness. For each group uses its own language, and the lowest common denominator, though plainly printed in the world's old scriptures, has not yet become adopted by the world at large. Into this particular group, a little later in the evening, when the wings of imagination had increased their sweep a trifle dangerously perhaps, into the room, like the arrival of a policeman rather, dropped Father Collins. He came rarely to the Promethean's restaurant. There was a general sense of drawing breath as he appeared. A pause followed. Something of the cold street air came with him. He wore his big black felt hat, his shabby opera cloak, and clutched firmly, he had no gloves on, the heavy gnarled stick he had cut for his collection in a Cingalese forest years ago, when he was studying with a Buddhist priest. The folds of his voluminous cloak, as he took it off, sent the hanging smoke clouds in a whirl. His personality stirred the mental atmosphere as well. The women looked up and stared, respectful welcome in their eyes. Several of the men rose to shake hands. There was a general shuffling of chairs. "Bring another Moulin Avant and a clean glass," Povey said at once to the hovering waiter. "It's raw and bitter in the streets, and a fog coming down thickly," mentioned Father Collins. He exhaled noisily, and with comfortable relief, as he squeezed himself toward the chair Povey placed for him and looked round genially, nodding and shaking hands with those he knew. "But you're warm and cozy enough in here." He sat down with unexpected heaviness, and smiled at everybody. "And well fed, too, I'll be bound." "The body must be comfortable before the mind can enjoy itself," said Phillips, an untidy member who disliked asceticism. "Starvation produces hallucination, not vision." His glance took in the unused glasses. His qualification was a vision of an uncle at the moment of death, and the uncle had left him money. He had written a wordy pamphlet describing it. "I'll have an omelette then, I think," Father Collins told the waiter as the red wine arrived. "And some fried potatoes. A bit of cheese to follow, and coffee, yes." He filled his glass. He had not come to argue or to preach, and Phillips's challenge passed unnoticed. Phillips, who had been leading the talk of late, resented the new arrival, but felt his annoyance modify as he saw his own glass generously filled. Povey, too, accepted a glass, while saying with a false vehemence, "No, no," his finger against the rim. A change stole over the room, for the new personality was not negligible. He brought his atmosphere with him. The wild talk, it was felt now, would not be quite suitable. Father Collins had the reputation of being something of a scholar. They were not quite sure of him. None knew him very intimately. He had a rumored past as well that lent a flavor of respect. One story had it that, dabbling in magic, had lost him his position in the church. Yet he was deemed an asset to the society. Whatever it was, the key changed sharply. Imson's eyes and ears grew wider. The hand of Miss Lance went instinctively to her hair and combs. Miss Milligan sought through her mind for a remark at once instructive and uncommon. Mrs. Towser looked past him searchingly, lest his aura escape her before she caught its color. And Kempster, smoothing his immaculate coat, had an air of being in his present surroundings merely by chance. Toogood, quickly scanning his notes, wondered whether, if called upon, he was to be Pharaoh or Cleopatra. One and all, that is, took on a soberer gait. This semi-clerical visit complicated. The presence of Father Collins was a compliment. What he had to say, about La Vallone and the studio scene, was, anyhow, assured of breathless interest. Povey led off. "We were just talking over the other night," he observed. "The night at the studio, you remember. The storm and so on. It was a singular occurrence, though, of course, we mustn't exaggerate it." And while he thus, as secretary, set the tone, Father Collins sipped his wine and beamed upon the group. He made no comment. "You were there, weren't you?" continued Povey, sipping his own comforting glass. "I think I saw you. Fillory, you may have noticed," he added, "brought a friend." "La Vallone, yes," said the other in a tone that startled them. "A most unusual fellow, wasn't he?" He was attacking the omelette now. "A Greek god if ever I saw one," he added. And the silence in the crowded room became abruptly noticeable. Miss Milligan, feeling her zodiacal garter slipping, waited to pull it up. Imson's brown eyes grew wider. Kempster held his breath. Toogood borrowed a cigar and waited for someone to offer him a match before he lit it. "Delicious," added Father Collins. "Cooked to a turn." The omelette slid about his plate. But the silence continued, and he realized the position suddenly. Emptying his glass and casually refilling it, he turned and faced the eager group about him. "You want to know what I thought about it all?" he said. "You've been discussing Lavalone, Nyan, and the rest, I see." He looked round as though he were in the lost pulpit that was his right. After a pause, he asked point-blank, "And what do you all think of it? How did it strike you all? For myself, I confess—" He took another sip and paused. "I am full of wonder and question," he finished abruptly. It was Imson, the fearless, wondering Pat Imson, who first found his tongue. "We think," he ventured, "Lavalone is probably of diva origin." The others, while admiring his courage, seemed unsympathetic suddenly. Such phraseology, probably meaningless to the respected guest, was out of place. Eyes were cast down, or looked generally elsewhere. Povey, remembering that the society was not solely Eastern, glared at the speaker. Father Collins, however, was not perturbed. "Possibly," he remarked with a courteous smile. "The origin of us all is doubtful and confused. We know not whence we come, of course, and all that, nor can we ever tell exactly who our neighbor is, or what. Love alone," he went on, "since you all ask me," he looked round again, "is, for me, an undecipherable being. I am," he added, his words falling into open mouths and extended eyes and ears, "somewhat puzzled. But more, I am enormously stimulated and intrigued." All gazed at him. Father Collins was in his element. The rapt silence that met him was precisely what he had a right to expect from his lost pulpit. He had come, probably, merely to listen and to watch. The opportunity provided by a respectful audience was too much for him. An inspiration tempted him. "I am inclined to believe," he resumed suddenly in a simple tone, "that he is a messenger." The sentence might have dropped from Sirius upon a listening planet. The babble that followed must, to an ordinary man, have seemed confusion. Everyone spoke with a rush into his neighbor's ear. All bubbled. "I always thought so. I told you so. That was exactly what I meant just now," and so on. All found their tongues, at any rate, if Povey, as secretary, led the turmoil. "Something outside our normal evolution, you mean?" he asked judiciously. "Such a conception is possible, of course." "A messenger," ran on the babble of male and female voices. It was here that Father Collins failed. The unstable in him came suddenly uppermost. The ecstatic in his being took the reins. The wondering and expectant audience suited him. The red wine helped as well. When he said messenger, he had meant merely someone who brought a message. The expression of nobility merged more and more in the slovenly aspect. Like a priest in the pulpit, whom none can answer and to whom all must listen, he had his text, though that text had been suggested actually by the conversation he had just heard. He had not brought it with him. It occurred to him merely then and there. His mind reflected, in a word, the collective idea that was in the air about him, and he proceeded to sum it up and give expression to it. This was his gift, his fatal gift, a ready sensitiveness, a plausible exposition. He caught the prevailing mood, the collective notion, then dramatized it. Before he left the pulpit, he invariably, however, convinced himself that what he had said in it was true, inspired, a revelation, for that moment. "A messenger," he announced, thrusting his glass aside with an impatient gesture, as though noticing for the first time that it was there. "A messenger," he repeated, the automatic emphasis in his voice already persuading him that he believed what he was about to say. "Sent among us from who knows what distant sphere." He drew himself up and looked about him, "and for who can guess on what mysterious and splendid mission." His eye swept his audience. His hand removed the glass yet farther, lest it impede free gesture. It was, however, as Povey noticed, empty now. "We, of course," he went on impressively, lowering his voice. "We, a mere handful in the world, but alert and watchful, all of us, we know that some great new teaching is expected." He threw out another challenging glance. "But none of us can know whence it may come, nor in what way it shall manifest." His voice dropped dramatically. "Whether as a thief in the night, or with a blare of trumpets, none of us can tell. But we expect it and are ready. To us, therefore, perhaps as to the 12 fishermen of old, may be entrusted the privilege of accepting it, the work of spreading it among a hostile and unbelieving world, even perhaps the final sacrifice of suffering for it." He paused, quickly took in the general effect of his words, picked up here and there a hint of question, and realized that he had begun on too exalted a note. Detecting his breath of caution in the collective mind that was his inspiration, he instantly shifted his key. "Love alone," he resumed, instinctively emphasizing the conviction in his voice so that the change of key might be less noticeable, "undoubtedly believes himself to be some such divine messenger." It was consummate hedging. The sermon needs no full report. The audience, without realizing it, witnessed what is known as an inspirational address, where a speaker, naturally gifted with a certain facile eloquence, gathers his inspiration, takes his changing cues as well, from the collective mind that listens to him. Father Collins, quite honestly doubtless, altered his key automatically. He no longer said that love alone was a messenger, but that he believed himself to be one. Like Balaam, he said things he had not at first thought of saying. He talked for some 10 minutes without stopping. He said all sorts of things, according to the expression of critical doubt, of wonder, of question, of rejection or acceptance on the particular face he gazed at. At regular intervals he inserted, with considerable effect, his favorite sentence: "A man in his own place is the ruler of his fate." He developed his idea that love alone believed himself to be such and such, but declared that the conception had been put into the youth during his life of exile in the mountains. The society had already acquired this information and extended it, and had felt himself into the role until he had become its actual embodiment. "He does not think, he does not reason," he explained. "He feels. He feels with. Not to feel with anything is to become it in the end. It is the only way of true knowledge, of course, of true understanding. If I want to understand, say, an Arab, I must feel with that Arab to the point, for the moment, of actually becoming him. And this strange youth has spent his time, his best years, mark you, his creative years, feeling with the elemental forces of nature, until he has actually become, at moments, one with them." He paused again and stared about him. He saw faces shocked, astonished, startled, but not hostile. He continued rapidly, "There lies the danger. One may get caught, get stuck, lose the desire to return to one's normal self, which means, of course, remaining out of relation with one's environment, mad. Only a man in his own place is the ruler of his luck." He noticed suddenly the look of disappointment on several faces. He swiftly hedged. "On the other hand," he went on, making his voice and manner more impressive than before, "it may be, who can say indeed, it may be that he is in relation with another environment altogether, a much vaster environment, an extended environment of which the rest of humanity is unaware. The privilege of tasting something of an extended environment some of us here already enjoy. What we all know as human activities are doubtless but a fragment of life, the conscious phenomena merely of some larger whole of which we are aware in fleeting seconds only, by mood, by hint, by suggestive haunting, so to speak, by faint shadows of unfamiliar, nameless shape cast across our daily life from some intenser sun we normally cannot see. Love alone may be, as some of us think and hope, a messenger to show us the way into a yet farther field of consciousness." "It is a fine, a noble, and inspiring hope, at any rate," he assured the room. "Unless some messenger comes into the world showing us how to extend our knowledge, we can get no farther. We shall never know more than we know now. We shall only go on multiplying our channels for observing the same old things." He closed his little address finally on a word as to what attitude should be adopted to any new experience of amazing and incredible kind. To a society such as the one he had the honor of belonging to was left the guidance of the perverse and ignorant generations outside of it, the lethargic and unresponsive majority, as he styled them. "We must not resist," he declared bravely. "We must accept with confidence, above all, without fear." He leaned back in his chair, somewhat exhausted, for the source of his inspiration was evidently weakening. His words came less spontaneously, less easily. He hesitated, sighed, looked from face to face for help he did not find. His glass was empty. "We're here," he concluded lamely, "without being consulted, and we may safely leave to the powers that brought us here the results of such acceptance." "Quite so," agreed Povey, sighing audibly. "Denial will get us nowhere." He filled up Father Collins's glass and his own. "I think most of us are ready enough to accept any new experience that comes, and to accept it without fear." He drained his own glass and looked about him. "But the point is, how did Lavalone produce the effect upon us all, the effect he did produce? He may be non-human, or he may be merely mad. He may, as Imson says, come to us by some godless chance from another evolutionary system, of which, mind you, we have as yet no positive knowledge, or he may be a messenger, as Father Collins suggests, from some divine source, bringing new teaching. But in the name of magic, how did he manage it? In other words, what is he?" For Povey could be very ruthless when he chose. It was this ruthlessness, perhaps, that made him such an efficient secretary. The note of extravagance in his language had possibly another inspiration. An awkward pause, at any rate, followed his remarks. Father Collins had comforted and blessed the group. Povey introduced cold water, rather. "There's this, and there's that," remarked Miss Milligan tactfully. "Those among us," added Miss Lance with sympathy, "who have the sight know at least what they have seen. Still, I think we are indebted to Father Collins for his guidance." "If we knew exactly what he is," mentioned Mrs. Towser, referring to Lavalone, "we should know exactly where we are." They got up to go. There was a fumbling among the crowded hat pegs. "What is he?" offered Kempster. "He certainly made us all sit up and take notice." "No mere earthly figure," suggested Imson, "could have produced the effect he did. In my poem, it came to me in sleep." Father Collins held his glass unsteadily to the light. "A messenger," he interrupted with authority, "would affect us all differently, remember." The talk continued in this fashion for a considerable time, while all searched for wraps and coats. The waiter brought the bill amid general confusion, but no one noticed him. All were otherwise engaged. Povey paid it finally, putting it down to the entertainment account. "Remember," he said as they stood in a group on the restaurant steps, each wondering who would provide a lift home, "remember, we have all got to write out an account of what we saw and heard at the studio. These reports will be valuable. They will appear in our psychic bulletin first. Then I'll have them bound into a volume. And I shall try and get Lavalone to give us a lecture, too. Tickets will be extra, of course, but each member can bring a friend. I'll let you all know the date in due course." End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Of the Bright Messenger, by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 19. While the Prometheans thus individually and collectively fermenting floundered between old and new interpretations of a strange occurrence. In another part of London something was happening, of its kind so real, so interesting, that one and all would eagerly have renounced a favorite shibboleth or pet desire to witness it. Kempster would have eaten a raw beefsteak, Latimer have agreed to rebirth as a woman, Mrs. Towser have swallowed whiskey neat, and even Toogood have written a signed confession that his psychometry was intelligent guesswork. It is the destiny, however, of such students of the wonderful to receive their data invariably at second or third hand. The data may deal with genuine occurrences, but the student seems never himself present at the time. From books, from reports, from accounts of someone who knew an actual witness, the student generally receives the version he then proceeds to study and elaborate. In this particular instance, moreover, no version ever reached their ears at all, either at second or third hand, because the only witness of what happened was Edward Fillory, and he mentioned it to no one. Its reality, its interpretation likewise, remained authoritative only for that expert, if unstable, mind that experienced the one and divined the other. His conversation with Debenham over, and the latter having retired to his room, Fillory paid a last visit to the patient who was now his private care, instead of merely an inmate of the institution that was half a home and half a spiritual clinique. The figure lay sleeping quietly, the lean muscular body bare to the wind that blew upon it from the open window. Graceful, motionless, both pillow and coverings rejected, N.H. breathed the calm, regular breath of deepest slumber. The light from the door just touched the face and folded hands. The features wore no expression of any kind. The hair, drawn back from the forehead and temples, almost seemed to shine. Through the window came the rustle of the tossing branches, but the night air, though damp, was neither raw nor biting, and Fillory did not replace the sheets upon the great sleeping body. He withdrew as softly as he entered. Knowing he would not close an eye that night, he left the house silently and walked out into the deserted streets. The rain had ceased, but the wet wind rushed in gusts against him, the soft blows and heavy moisture acting as balm to his somewhat tired nerves. As with great elemental hands, the windy darkness stroked him, soothing away the intense excitement he had felt, muting 1,000 eager questions. They stroked his brain into a gentler silence gradually. "Don't think, Night whispered all about him. "But feel, feel, feel. What you want to know will come to you by feeling now." He obeyed instinctively. Down the long empty streets he passed, swinging his stick, tapping the lamp-posts, noting how steady their light held in the wind, noting the tossing trees and little gardens, noting occasional rifts of moonlight between the racing clouds, but relinquishing all attempt to think. He counted the steps between the lamp-posts as he swung along, leaving the curb at each crossing with his left foot, taking the new one with his right, planting each boot safely in the center of each paving stone, establishing, in a word, a sort of rhythm as he moved. He did so, however, without being consciously aware of it. He was not aware, indeed, of anything but that he swung along with this pleasant rhythmical stride that rested his body, though the exercise was vigorous. And the night laid her deep peace upon him as he went. The streets grew narrower, twisted, turned and ran uphill. The houses became larger, spaced farther apart, less numerous, their gardens bigger, with groups of trees instead of isolated specimens. He emerged suddenly upon the open heath, tasting a newer, sweeter air. The huge city lay below him now, but the rough, shouting wind drowned its distant roar completely. For a time he stood and watched its twinkling lights across the vapors that hung between, then turned towards the little pond. He knew it well. Its waves flew dancing happily. The familiar outline of Jack Straw's castle loomed beyond. The square enclosure of the anti-aircraft gun rattled with a metallic sound in the wind. He had been walking for the best part of 2 hours now, thinking nothing but feeling only, and his surface consciousness perhaps lay still, inactive. The mind was quiescent certainly, his being subdued and lulled by the rhythmic movement which had gained upon his entire system. The sails of his ship hung idly, becalmed above the profound deeps below. It was these deeps, the mysterious and inexhaustible region below the surface, that now began to stir. There stole upon him a dim, prophetic sense as of horizons lifting and letting in new light. He glanced about him. The moon was brighter, certainly. The flying scud was thinning, though the dawn was still some hours away. But it was not the light of moon or sun or stars he looked for. It was no outer light. The little waves fell splashing at his feet. He watched them for a long time, keeping very still. His heart, his mind, his nerves, his muscles, all were very still. He became aware that new big powers were alert and close, hovering above the world, feathering the race like wings of mighty birds. The waters were being troubled. He turned and walked slowly, but ever with the same pleasant rhythm that was in him, to the pine trees, where he paused a minute, listening to the branches shaking and singing, then retraced his steps along the ridge, every yard of which, though blurred in darkness, he knew and recognized. Below, on his left, lay London. On his right stretched the familiar country, though now invisible, past Hendon with its Welsh-Harp, Wembley, and on towards Harrow, whose church steeple would catch the sunrise before very long. He reached the little pond again and heard its small waves rushing and tumbling in the southwest wind. He stood and watched them, listening to their musical wash and gurgle. The waters, yes, were being troubled. Despite the buffeting wind, the world lay even stiller now about him. No single human being had he seen. Even stiller than before, too, lay heart and mind within him. The latter held no single picture. He was aware, yes, of horizons lifting, of great powers alert and close. The interior light increased. He felt, but he did not think. Into the empty chamber of his being, swept and garnished, flashed suddenly, then as in picture form, the memory of N.H. All that he knew about him came at once. Paul's notes and journey, the London scenes and talks, his own observations, deductions, questionings, his dreams and fears and yearnings, his hope and wonder, all came in a clapping instant, complete and simultaneous. Into his opened subconscious being floated the power and presence of that bright messenger who brought glad tidings to his life. N.H. stood beside him, whispering with lips that were the darkness, and with words that were the wind. It was the power and presence of N.H. that lifted the horizon and let in light. His body lay sleeping miles away in that bed against an open window. This was his real presence. Without words, as without thought, understanding came. The appeal of N.H. was direct to the subliminal mind. It was the hidden 9/10 he stimulated. Hence came the intensification of consciousness in all who had to do with him. And it operated now. Fillory was aware of defying time and space, as though there were no limits to his being. Faith lights fires. Perception wandered down those dusky byways behind the mind that lead through trackless depths where the massed heritage of the world soul, lit sometimes by a flashing light, reveal incredible, incalculable things. One of those flashes came now. Through the fissures, as it were, of his unstable being rose the marvelous, uncanny gleam. His eyes were opened, and he saw. The label, he realized, was incorrect, inadequate. N.H. was a misnomer. More than human, both different to and greater than, came nearer to the truth. A being from other conditions, certainly, belonging to another order. An order whose work was unremitting service rendered with joy and faithfulness. A hierarchy whose service included the entire universe, the stars and suns and nebulae, Earth with her frail humanity, but an insignificant fraction of it all. He came, of course, from that central sea of energy whence all life, pushing irresistibly outwards into form, first arises. Like human beings, he came thence undoubtedly, but more directly than they, in more intimate relations, therefore, with the elemental powers that build up form and shape the destinies of matter. One only of a mighty host of varying degrees and powers, his services lay interwoven with the very heart and processes of nature herself. The energies of heat and air, essentials of all life everywhere, were his handmaidens. He worked with fire and wind. In the forms he helped to build he set enthusiasm and energy aglow. From stars and fire mist he came now into humanity, using the limited instrument of a human mechanism, a mechanism he must learn to master without breaking it. A human brain and nerves confined him. He could deal with essences only, those essential, buried, semi-elemental powers that lie ever waiting below the threshold of all human consciousness, linking men, did they but know it, direct with the sea of universal life, which is inexhaustible, independent of space and time. The fraction of his nature which had manifested as a transient surface personality, let alone, was gone forever, merged in the real self below. His origin was already forgotten. No memory of it lay in his present brain. He must suffer training, education, and he turned instinctively to those whose ideal, like his own, was one of impersonal service. To a woman he turned, and to a man. His recognition, guided by nature, was sure and accurate. It must take time and patience, sympathy and love, faith, belief, and trust, and the labor must be borne by one man chiefly, by Fillory, into whose life had come this strange, bright messenger carrying glad tidings, to prove at last that man was greater than he knew, that the hope for humanity, for the deteriorating race, for crumbling civilization, lay in drawing out into full practical consciousness the divine powers concealed below the threshold of every single man and woman. But how, in what practical manner, what instrument could they use? The human mechanism, the brain, the mind, afforded inadequate means of manifestation. New wines into old skins meant disaster. Knowledge, power beyond the experience of the race, needed a better instrument than the one the race had painfully evolved for present uses. New powers of unknown kinds, as already in those rare cases when the supernormal forces emerged, could only strain the machinery and cause disorder. A new order of consciousness required another, a different equipment. And the idea flashed into him, as in the studio when he watched N.H. and the girl. Father Collins had divined its possibility as well, the idea of a group consciousness, a collective group soul. What a single individual might not be able to resist at first without disaster, many, a group in harmony, 2 or 3 gathered together in unison, these might provide the way, the means, the instrument, the body. "The person merged in the impersonal," he exclaimed to the night about him, already aware that words, expression, failed even at this early stage of understanding. "Beauty, art. Where words, form, color end, we shall construct, while yet using these as far as they go, a new vehicle, a new—" "Good evening," said a gruff voice. "Good evening, sir," it added more respectfully, after a second's inspection. "Turned out quite fine after the storm." Aware of the policeman suddenly, Fillory started and turned round abruptly. Evidently he had uttered his thoughts aloud, probably had cried and shouted them. He could think of nothing in the world to say. "It was a terrible storm. I hardly ever see the likes of it." The man was looking at him, still with doubtful curiosity. "Extraordinary, yes." Dr. Fillory managed to find a few natural words. It was an early hour in the morning to be out, and his position by the pond, he now realized, might have suggested an undesirable intention. "It made sleep impossible, and I came out to take a walk. I'm a doctor, Dr. Fillory, the Fillory home." "Yes, sir," said the man, apparently satisfied. He looked at the sky. "All blown away again," he remarked, "and the moon that nice and bright." Fillory offered something in reply, then moved away. The moon, he noticed, was indeed nice and bright now. The heavy lower vapors all had vanished, and thin cirrus clouds at a great height moved slowly before an upper wind. The stars shone clearly, and a faint line of color gave a hint of dawn not far away. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 4:30. "It's impossible, impossible," he thought to himself, the pictures he had been seeing still hanging before his eyes. It was all feeling, merely feeling. My blood, my heritage, asserting themselves upon an overtired system. Too much repression, evidently. I must find an outlet. My Caucasian Valley again. He walked rapidly. His mind began to work, and thinking made an effort to replace feeling. He watched himself. His everyday surface consciousness partially resumed its sway. The policeman, of course, had interrupted the flow and inrush of another state just at the moment when a flash of direct knowledge was about to blaze. It concerned N.H., his new patient. In another moment he would have known exactly what and who he was, whence he came, the purpose and the powers that attended him. The policeman— an inner laughter ran through him at this juxtaposition of the practical and the transcendental— had interfered with an interesting expansion of his being. An extension of consciousness, perhaps a touch of cosmic consciousness, was on the way. The first faint quiver of its coming, magical with wondrous joy, had touched him. Its cause, its origin, he knew not, yet he could trace both to the effect produced upon him by N.H. Of that he was sure. This effect his reasoning mind, with busy analysis and criticism, had hitherto partially suppressed, even at its first manifestation in Charing Cross Station. Tonight, criticism silent and analysis inactive, it had found an outlet. His own deep inner stillness had been its opportunity. Then came the practical, honest, simple policeman, the censor, who received so much a week to keep people in the way they ought to follow, the safe, broad way. He smiled as he walked rapidly along the deserted streets. He knew so well the method and process of these abnormal states in others. As he swung along, not tired now, but rested rather and invigorated, the rhythm of motion established itself again. N.H., a nature spirit, a nature being. Another order of life entering humanity for the first time, that humanity for whose welfare it, or was it he, had worked, with hosts of similar beings during incalculable ages. He smiled, remembering the policeman again. There was always a policeman, or a censor. Oh, the exits beyond safe normal states of being, the exits into extended fields of consciousness, into an outer life which the majority, led by the best minds of the day, deny with an oath, these were well guarded. His smile, as he thought of it, ran from his lips and settled in the eyes, lingering a moment there before it died away. How quiet, yet unfamiliar, the suburb of the huge city lay about him in pale half-light. The studio scene, how distant it seemed now in space and time. It had happened weeks ago, in another city somewhere. Debenham, his cautious, experienced assistant, how far away? He belonged to another age. The Prometheans were part of a dream in childhood, a dream of pantomime or harlequinade whose extravagance yet conveyed symbolic meaning. Two figures alone retained a reality that refused to be dismissed: a mysterious, enigmatic youth, a radiant girl, with perhaps a third, a broken priest. The rhythm, meanwhile, gained upon him, and as it did so, thinking once more withdrew, and feeling stole back softly. His being became more harmonized, more one with itself, more open to inspiration. N.H., whose work was service everywhere, not merely in that tiny corner of the universe called humanity. N.H., who could neither age nor die. What was the hidden link that bound them? Had they not served and played together in some lost Caucasian valley, leapt with the sun's hot fire, flown in the winds of dawn, sung, laughed, and danced at their service with a radiant, sylph-like girl who had at last enticed them into the confinement of a limited human form? Did not that valley symbolize indeed another state of existence, another order of consciousness altogether that lay beyond any known present experience or description? The dawn, meanwhile, grew nearer, and a pallid light ran down the dreadful streets. He reached at length the foot of the hill upon whose shoulder his own house stood. The familiar sight stirred more familiar currents of feeling, and these in turn sought words. The crowding houses, with their tight-shut windows, followed and pressed after as he climbed. They swarmed behind him. How choked and airless it all was! He thought of the heavy-footed routine of the thousands who occupied these pretentious buildings. Here lived a section of the greatest city on the planet, almost a separate little town, with marked characteristics, atmosphere, tastes, and habits. How many, he wondered, behind those walls knew yearning, belief, imagination beyond the ruck and routine of familiar narrow thought? Rows upon rows, with their stunted, manufactured trees, hideous conservatories, bulging porches, ornamented windows. His wings beat against them all with the burning desire to set their inmates free. They caged themselves in deliberately. A few thousand years ago these people lived in mud huts, before that in caves, before that again in trees. Now they were civilized. They dwelt in these cages. Oh, that he might tear away the thick dead bricks and let in light and dew and stars, and the brave free winds of heaven. Waken the deeper powers they carried unwittingly about them through all their tedious sufferings. Teach them that they were greater than they knew. The yearning was deep and true in him as the houses followed and tried to bar his way. Many of the occupiers he knew would welcome help, would gaze with happy, astonished eyes at the wonder of their own greater selves set free. Not all, of course, were wingless. Yet the majority, he felt, were otherwise. They peered at him from behind thick curtains, hostile, skeptical, contented with their lot, averse to change. Mode, custom, habit chained them to the floor. He was aware of a collective obstinate grin of smug complacency, of dull resistance. Though a part of the community, of the race, of the world, of the universe itself, they denied their mighty brotherhood, and clung tenaciously to their idea of living apart, cut off and separate. They belonged to leagues, societies, clubs, and circles, but the bigger oneness of the race they did not know. Of greater powers in themselves they had no faintest inkling. At the first sign of these, they would shuffle, sneer, and turn away, grow frightened even. The yearning to show them a bigger field of consciousness, to help them towards a realization of their buried powers, to let them out of their separate cages, beat through his being with a passionate sincerity. In 100,000 years, perhaps in 1,000,000, he knew the slow gait that nature loved. The trend of an age is not to be stemmed by one man, nor by 12, who see over the horizon. The futility of trying pained him. Yet if no one ever tried, Oh, for a few swift strokes of awful sacrifice, then freedom. The words came back to him, and with them, from the same source, came others. I sit and I weave, I sit and I weave. Whose, then, was this divine, eternal patience? There could be, it seemed, no hurried growth, no instant escape, no sudden leap to heaven. Slowly, slowly, the ages turned the wheel. Nor can other beings help, he remembered. They can only tell what their own part is. And as his clear mind saw the present civilization, like all its wonderful predecessors, tottering before his very eyes, threatening in its collapse, the extinction of knowledge, so slowly, painfully, laboriously acquired, the deep heart in him rose as on wings of wind and fire, questing the stars above. There was this strange clash in him, as though two great divisions in his being struggled. A way of escape seemed just within his reach, only a little beyond the horizon of his actual knowledge. It fluttered marvelously, golden, alight, inviting. Its coming glory brushed his insight. It was simple. It was divine. There seemed a faint knocking against the doors of his mental and spiritual understanding. "NH!" he cried. "Bright messenger!" He paused a moment and stood still. A new sound lay suddenly in the night. It came, apparently, from far away, almost from the air above him. He listened. No, after all, it was only steps. They came nearer. A pedestrian, muffled to the ears, went past, and the steps died away on the resounding pavement round the corner. Yet the sound continued, and was not the echo of the steps just gone. It was, moreover, he now felt convinced, in the air above him. It was continuous. It reminded him of the musical droning hum that a big bell leaves behind it, while a suggestion of rhythm, almost of melody, ran faintly through it too. Somebody's lines, was it Shelley's, ran faintly in his mind, yet it was not his mind now that surged and rose to the new great rhythm. "'Tis the deep music of the rolling world, kindling with the strings of the waved air, Aeolian modulations, clear, icy, keen awakening tones that pierce the sense and live within the soul." He listened. It was a simple, natural, happy sound, simple as running water, natural as wind, happy as the song of birds. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Of the Bright Messenger, by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 20. He became again vividly aware of the power and presence of N.H. He was not far from his house now on the shoulder of the hill. He turned his eyes upwards, where the three-quarter moon sailed above transparent cirrus clouds that scarcely dimmed her light. Like dappled sands of silver, they sifted her soft shining, moving slowly across the heavens before an upper wind. The sound continued. For a moment or two, in the pale light of dawn, he watched and listened, then lowered his gaze, caught his breath sharply, and stood stock still. He stared in front of him. Next, turning slowly, he stared right and left. He stared behind as well. Yes, it was true. The lines and rows of crowding houses trembled, disappeared. The heavy buildings dissolved before his very eyes. The solid walls and roofs were gone. The chimneys, railings, doors, and porches vanished. There were no more conservatories. There were no lamp-posts. The streets themselves had melted. He gazed in amazement and delight. The entire hill lay bare and open to the sky. Across the rising upland swept a keen, fresh morning wind. Yet bare they were not, this rising upland and this hill. As far as he could see, the landscape flowed waist-deep in flowers, whose fragrance lay upon the air. Dew trembled, shimmering on a million petals of blue and gold, of orange, purple, violet. The very atmosphere seemed painted. Flowering trees, both singly and in groves, waved in the breeze. Birds sang in chorus. There was a murmur of streams and falling waters. Yet that other sound rose too, rose from the entire hill and all upon it, a continuous, gentle rhythm, as though he felt the actual scenery poured forth its being in spontaneous, natural expression of sound, as well as of form and color. It was the simplest, happiest music he had ever heard. Unable to deal with the rapture of delight that swept upon him, he stood stock still among the blossoms to his waist. Eyes, ears, and nostrils were inadequate to report a beauty which, simple though it was, overbore nerves and senses accustomed to a lesser scale. Horizons indeed had lifted. The joy and confidence of fuller life poured in. His own being grew immense, stretched, widened, deepened, till it seemed to include all space. He was everywhere, or rather everything was happening somewhere in him all at once. In place of the heavy suburb lay this garden of primal beauty, while yet, in a sense, the suburb itself remained as well. Only it had flowered, revealing the subconscious soul the bricks and pavements hid. Its potential self had blossomed into loveliness and wonder. The sound grew nearer. He was aware of movement. Figures were approaching. They were coming in his direction, coming towards him over the crest of the hill, nearer and nearer. Concealed by the forest of tall flowers, he watched them come. Yet as presences he perceived them, rather than as figures, already borrowing power from them, as sails borrow from a rising wind. His consciousness expanded marvelously to let them in. Their stature was conveyed to him chiefly at first by the fact that these flowers, though rising to his own waist, did not cover the feet of them, yet that the flowers in the immediate line of their advance still swayed and nodded, as though no weight had lain upon their brilliance. The footsteps were of wind, the figures light as air. They shone. Their radiant presences lit the acres. Their own atmosphere, too, came with them, as though the landscape moved and traveled with and in their being, as though the flowers, the natural beauty, emanated from them. The landscape was their atmosphere. They created, brought it with them. It seemed that they expressed the landscape, and were the scenery, with all its multitudinous forms. They approached with a great and easy speed that was not measurable. Over the crest of the living, sunlit hill they poured, with their bulk, their speed, their majesty, their sweet, brimming joy. Fillory stood motionless watching them, his own joy touched with awed confusion, till wonder and worship mastered the final trace of fear. Though he perceived these figures first as they topped the skyline, he was aware that great space also stretched behind them, and that this immense perspective was in some way appropriate to their appearance. Born of a greater space than his mind could understand, they flowed towards him across that windy crest and at the same time from infinitely far beyond it. Above the continuous humming sound he heard their music too, faint but mighty, filling the air with deep vibrations that seemed the natural expression of their joyful beings. Each figure was a chord, yet all combining in a single harmony that had volume without loudness. It seemed to him that their sound and color and movement wove a new pattern upon space, a new outline, form, or growth, perhaps a flower, a tree, perhaps a planet. They were creative. They expressed themselves naturally in a million forms. He heard, he saw. He knew no other words to use. But the hearing was, rather, some kind of intimate possession, so that his whole being filled and overbrimmed, and the sight was greater than the customary little irritation of the optic nerve. It involved another term of space. He could describe the sight more readily than the hearing. The apparent contradiction of distance and proximity, of vast size yet intimacy, made him tremble in his hiding place. His sight, at any rate, perceived the approaching figures all round, all over, all at once, as they poured like a wave across the hill from far beyond its visible crest. For into this space below the horizon he saw as well, though, normally speaking, it was out of sight. Nor did he see one side only. He saw the backs of the towering forms as easily as the portion facing him. He saw behind them. It was not as with ordinary objects refracting light, the back and underneath and further edges visible. All sides were visible at once. The space beyond, moreover, whence the mighty outlines issued, was of such immensity that he could think only of interstellar regions. Not to the little planet, then, did these magnificent shapes belong. They were of the universe. The symbol of his valley, he knew suddenly, belonged there too. Silent with wonder, motionless with worship, he watched the singing flood of what he felt to be immense, non-human nature life pour past him. The procession lasted for hours, yet was over in a minute's flash. All categories his mind knew hitherto were useless. The faces, in their power, their majesty, the splendor even of their extent, were both appalling, yet infinitely tender. They were filled with stars, blue distance, flowers, spirals of fire, space and air, interwoven too with shining geometrical designs whose intricate patterns merged in a central harmony. They brought their own winds with them. Yet of features, precisely, he was not aware. Each face was rather an immense expression, but an expression that was permanent and could not change. These were immutable, eternal faces. He borrowed from human terms the only words that offered, while aware that he falsely introduced the personal into that which was essentially impersonal. There stole over him a strange certainty that what he worshipped was the grandeur of joyful service working through unalterable law, the great compassion of some untiring service that was deathless. He stood within the universe, face to face with its elemental builders, guardians, its constructive artisans, the impersonal angelic powers. The region, the state, he now felt convinced, to which NH belonged, and whence, by some inexplicable chance, he had come to occupy a human body. And the sounds, the flash came to him with lightning conviction, were those essential rhythms which are the kernels of all visible, manifested forms. He was not aware that he was moving, that he had left the spot where he had stood, so long, yet for a single second only, and had now reached the corner of a street again. The flowers were gone, and the trees and groves gone with them. No waters rippled past. There was no shining hill. The moon, the stars, the breaking dawn remained. But he saw windows, walls, and villas once again, while his feet echoed on dead stone pavements. Yet the figures had not wholly gone. Before a house, where he now paused a moment, the towering, flowing outlines were still faintly visible. Their singing still audible, their shapes still gently luminous, they stood grouped about an open window of the second story. In the front garden, a big plane tree stirred its leafless branches. The tree and figures interpenetrated. Slowly, then, the outlines grew dim and shadowy, indistinguishable almost from the objects in the twilight near them. Chimneys, walls, and roofs stole in upon the great shapes with foreign, grosser details that obscured their harmony, confused their proportion, as with two sets of values. The eye refused to focus both at once. A roof, a chimney obtruded, while sight struggled, fluttered, then ended in confusion. The figures faded and melted out. They merged with the tree, the reddening sky, the murky air close to the house which a street lamp made visible. Suddenly they were lost. They were no longer there. But the rhythmical sound, though fainter, still continued, and Fillory looked up. It was a sound, he realized in a flash, evocative and summoning. Type called to type, brother to brother, across the universe. The house before him was his own, and the open window through which the music issued was the bedroom of N.H. He stood transfixed. Both sides of his complex nature operated simultaneously. His mind worked more clearly. The entire history of the case in that upstairs room passed through it. He was a doctor. But his speculative, emotional aspect, the dreamer in him, so greatly daring, all that poetic, transcendental, half-mystical part which classed him, he well knew, with the unstable. All this, long and dangerously repressed, worked with opposite, if equal, pressure. From the subconscious rose violent hands of wind and fire, lovely, fashioning, divine, tearing away the lid of the reasoning surface consciousness that confined, confused them. To disentangle, to define these separate functions, were a difficult problem, even for the most competent psychiatrist. Creative, imaginative powers, hitherto merely fumbling, half denied as well, now stretched their wings and soared. With them came a blinding clarity of sight that enabled him to focus a vast field of detail with extraordinary rapidity. Horizons had lifted, perspective deepened and lit up. In a few brief seconds, before his front door opened, 100 details flashed towards a focus and shone concentrated. The vision, of course. The figures had now melted into the night, had no objective reality. Suppressed passion had created them. Forbidden yearnings had passed the censor and dramatized a dream, set aside yet never explained, that heredity was responsible for. Both were born of his lost radiant valley. His notebooks held 1,000 similar cases. But the speculative dreamer flashed colored lights against this common white. The prism blazed. From the interstellar spaces came these radiant figures, from Sirius, immense and splendid sun, from Aldebaran, among the happy Hyades, from awful Betelgeuse, whose volume fills a Martian orbit. Their dazzling, giant grandeur was of stellar origin. Yet equally they came from the dreadful back gardens of those sordid houses. Nature was nature everywhere, in the nebulae as in the stifled plane tree of a city court. That he saw them as figures was but his own private, personal interpretation of a prophecy the whole universe announced. They were not figures necessarily. They were powers, and N.H. was of their kind. He suddenly remembered the small, troubled earth whereon he lived, a neglected corner of the universe that was in distress and cried frantically for help. Alcyone caught it in her golden arms perhaps. Sirius thundered against its little ears. He found his latchkey and fumblingly inserted it, but even while he did so, the state of the planet at the moment poured into his mind with swift, concentrated detail. He remembered the wireless excitement of the instant, and smiled. Not that way it would come. The new order was of a spiritual kind. It would steal into men's hearts, not splutter along the waves of ether, as the dead are said to splutter to the living. The great impulse, the mighty invitation nature sent out to return to simple, natural life would come, without phenomena from within. He remembered relativity, that space is local, space and time not separate entities. He understood. He had just experienced it. Another, a fourth dimension. Space as a whole was annihilated. He smiled. His latchkey turned. The transmutation of metals flashed past him, all substance one. His latchkey was upside down. He turned it round and reinserted it, and the results of advanced psychology rushed at him, as though the sun rushed over the horizon of some eastern clime, covering all with the light of a new, fair dawn. In a few seconds, this accumulation of recent knowledge and discovery flooded his state of singular receptiveness, as thinker and as poet. The age was crumbling, civilization passing like its predecessors. The little planet lay certainly in distress. No true help lay within it. Its reservoirs were empty. No adequate constructive men or powers were anywhere in sight. It was exhausted, dying. Unless new help, powers from a new and inexhaustible source came quickly, a new vehicle for their expression, and wonder took him by the throat, as the key turned in the lock with its familiar grating sound, and the door, without actual pressure on his part, swung open. Paul Debenham, a look of bright terror in his eyes, stood on the threshold. The expression, not only of the face but of the whole person, he had seen once only in another human countenance, a climber who had slipped by his very side and dropped backward into empty space. The look of helpless bewilderment as hands and feet lost final touch with solidity, the air of terrible yet childlike amazement with which he began his descent of 1,000 feet through a gulf of air. The shock marked the face in a single second with what he now saw in his colleague's eyes. Only with Debenham, Fillory felt sure of his diagnosis, the lost hold was mental. His outward control, however, was admirable. Debenham's voice, apart from a certain tenseness in it, was quiet enough. "I've been telephoning everywhere. There's been a crisis." "Violence?" But the other shook his head. "It's all beyond me quite," he said with a wry smile. "The first outbreak was nothing compared to this." The continuous sound of humming which filled the hall, making the air vibrate oddly, grew louder. Debenham seized his friend's arm. "Listen," he whispered. "You hear that?" "I heard it outside in the street," Fillory said. "What is it?" Debenham glared at him. "God knows," he said. "I don't. He's been doing it, on and off, for a couple of hours. It began the moment you left, it seems. They're all about him. These vibrations, I mean. He does it with his whole body somehow. And—" he hesitated. "There's meaning in it of some kind. Results, I mean," he jerked out with an effort. "Visible?" came the gentle question. Debenham started. "How did you know?" There was a thrust of intense curiosity in the eyes. "I've had a similar experience myself, Paul. You opened the front door in the middle of it. The figures—" "You saw figures?" Debenham looked thunderstruck. In his heart was obviously a touch of panic. As the two men stood gazing into each other's eyes a moment silently, the sound about them increased again, rising and falling, its great separate rhythmical waves almost distinguishable. In Fillory's mind rose patterns, outlines, forms of flowers, spirals, circles. "He knows you're in the house," said Debenham in a curious voice, relieved apparently. No answer came to his question. "Better come upstairs at once and see him." But he did not turn to lead the way. "That's not auditory hallucination, Edward, whatever else it is." He was still clinging to the rock, but the rock was crumbling beneath his desperate touch. Space yawned below him. "Visual," suggested Fillory, as though he held out a feeble hand to the man whose whole weight already hung unsupported before the plunge. His friend spoke no word, but his expression made words unnecessary. "We must face the facts," it said plainly, "wherever these may lead. No shirking, no prejudice of mine or yours must interfere. There must be no faltering now." So plainly was his passion for truth and knowledge legible in the expression of the shocked but honest mind, that Fillory felt compassion overpower the first attitude of privacy he had meant to take. This time he must share. The honesty of the other won his confidence too fully for him to hold anything back. There was no doubt in his mind that he read his colleague's state aright. "A moment, Paul," he said in a low voice, "before we go upstairs," and put his hand out, oddly enough meeting Debenham's hand already stretched to meet it. He drew him aside into a corner of the hall, while the waves of sound surged round and over them like a sea. "Let me first tell you," he went on, his voice trembling slightly, "my own experience." It seemed to him that any moment he must see the birth of a new form, an outline, a body dance across before his very eyes. "Neither auditory nor visual," murmured Debenham, burning to hear what was coming, yet at the same time shrinking from it by the laws of his personality. "Hallucination of any kind, there is absolutely none. There's nothing transferred from your mind to his. This thing is real, original." Fillory tightened his grip a second on the hand he held. "Paul," he said gravely, yet unable to hide the joy of recent ecstasy in his eyes, "it is also new." The low syllables seemed borne away and lifted beyond their reach by an immense vibration that swept softly past them. And so actual was this invisible wave that behind it lay the trough, the ebb that awaits, as in the sea, the next advancing crest. Into this ebb, as it were, both men dropped simultaneously the same significant syllables. Their lips uttered together. "N.H." The wave of sound seemed to take their voices and increase them. It was the older man who added, "coming into full possession." The two stood waiting, listening, their heads turned sideways, their bodies motionless, while the soft rhythmical uproar rose and fell about them. No sign escaped them for some minutes. No words, it seemed, occurred to either of them. Through the transom over the front door stole the gray light of the late autumn dawn. The hall furniture was visible: chairs, hat-rack, wooden chests that held the motor rugs. A china bowl filled with visiting cards gleamed white beside it. Soon the milkman, uttering his comic earthly cry, would clatter down the area staircase, and the servants would be up. As yet, however, but for the big soft sound, the house was perfectly still. This part of it, almost a separate wing, was completely cut off from the main building. No one had been disturbed. Fillory moved his head and looked at his companion. The expression of both face and figure arrested him. He had taken off his dinner jacket, and the old loose golfing coat he wore hung askew. He had one hand in a pocket of it, the other thrust deep into his trousers. His glasses hung down across his crumpled shirt-front. His black tie made an untidy cross. He looked, thought Fillory, whose sense of the ludicrous became almost specially alert in his gravest moments, like an unhappy curate who had presided over some strenuous and worrying social gathering in the local town hall. Only one detail denied this picture: the expression of something mysterious and awed in the sheet-white face. He was listening with sharp dislike, yet eager interest. His repugnance betrayed itself in the tightened lips, the set of the angular shoulders. The panic was written in the glistening eyes. There were things in his face he could never tell. The struggle in him was natural to his type of mind. He had experienced something himself, and a personal experience opens new vistas in sympathy and understanding. But the experience ran contrary to every tenet of theory and practice he had ever known. The moment of new birth was painful. This was his colleague's diagnosis. Fillory then suddenly realized that the gulf between them was without a bridge. To tell his own experience became at once utterly impossible. He saw this clearly. He could not speak of it to his assistant. It was, after all, incommunicable. The bridge of terms, language, feeling, did not exist between them. And again up-flashed for a second his sense of the comic, this time in an odd touch of memory. Povey's favorite sentence, "Never argue with the once born." Only to older souls was expression possible. For the first time, then, his diagnosis wavered oddly. Why, for instance, did Paul persist in that curious, watchful stare? Debenham, conscious of his chief's eyes and mind upon him, looked up. Somewhere in his expression was a glare, but nothing revealed his state of mind better than the fact that he stupidly contradicted himself. "You're putting all this into him, Edward." A touch of anger, perhaps of fear, in the intense, whispering voice. "The hysteria of the studio upset him, of course. If you'd left him alone, as you promised, he'd have always stayed love alone. He'd be cured by now." Then, as Fillory made no reply or comment, he added, but this time only the anxiety of the doctor in his tone, "Hadn't you better go up to him at once? He's your patient, not mine, remember?" The other took his arm. "Not yet," he said quietly. "He's best alone for the moment." He smiled, and it was the smile that invariably won him the confidence of even the most obstinate and difficult patient. He was completely master of himself again. "Besides, Paul," he went on gently, "I want to hear what you have to tell me. Some of it, if not all. I want your report. It is of value. I must have that first, you know." They sat on the bottom stair together, while Debenham told briefly what had happened. He was glad to tell it, too. It was a relief to become the mere accurate observer again. "I can summarize it for you in 2 words," he said. "Light and sound. The sound, at first, seemed wind rising, wind outside. With the light was perceptible heat. The two seemed correlated. When the sound increased, the heat increased too. Then the sound became methodical, rhythmical. It became almost musical. As it did so, the light became colored. Both," he looked across at the ghostly hat-rack in the hall, "were produced by him." "Items, please, Paul. I want an itemized account." Debenham fumbled in the big pockets of his coat and eventually lit a cigarette, though he did not in the least want to smoke. That watchful, penetrating stare persisted none the less. Amid the anxiety were items of carelessness that almost seemed assumed. "Mrs. Soames sent Nurse Robbins to fetch me," he resumed, his voice harshly, as it seemed, cutting across the waves of pleasant sound that poured down the empty stairs behind them and filled the hall with resonant vibrations. "I went in, turned them both out, and closed the door. The room was filled with a soft, white light, rather pale in tint, that seemed to emanate from nowhere. I could trace it to no source. It was equally diffused, yet a kind of wave-like vibration ran through it in faint curves and circles. There was a sound like wind. A wind was in the room, moaning and sighing inside the walls. A perfectly natural and ordinary sound, if it had been outside. The light moved and quivered. It lay in sheets. Its movement, I noticed, was in direction relation to the wind. The louder the volume of sound, the greater the movement of the air, the brighter became the light, and vice versa. I could not take notes at the actual moment, but my memory—" a slight grimace by way of a smile indicated that forgetting was impossible—"is accurate, you know." Fillory did not interrupt, either by word or gesture. The increase of light was accompanied by color, and the increase of sound led into a measure, not actual bars and never melody, but a distinct measure that involved rhythm. It was musical, as I said. The color, I'm coming to that, then took on a very faint tinge of gold or orange, a little red in it sometimes, flame color almost. The air was luminous. It was radiant. At one time I half expected to see fire, for there was heat as well, not an unpleasant heat, but a comforting, stimulating, agreeable heat, like, I was going to say, like the heat of a bright coal fire on a winter's day. But I think the better term is sunlight. I had an impression this heat must burst presently into actual flame. It never did so. The sheets of colored light rose and fell with the volume of the sound. There were curves and waves and rising columns like spirals, but anything approaching a definite outline, form, or shape— He broke off for a second. "Figures," he announced abruptly, almost challengingly, staring at the white china bowl in front of him, "I could not swear to." He turned suddenly and stared at his chief with an expression half of question, half of challenge, then seemed to change his mind, shrugging his shoulders a very little. But Fillory made no sign. He did not answer. He laid one hand, however, upon the banisters, as though preliminary to getting to his feet. The sound about them had been gradually growing less. The vibrations were smaller, its waves perceptibly decreasing. Debenham finished his account in a lower voice, speaking rapidly, as though the words burnt his tongue. The sound, I had already discovered, issued from himself. He was lying on his back, the eyes wide open, the expression peaceful, even happy. The lips were closed. He was humming, continuously humming. Yet the sound came in some way I cannot describe, and could not examine or ascertain, from his whole body. I detected no vibration of the body. It lay half naked, only a corner of the sheet upon it. It lay quite still. The cause of the light and heat, the cause of the movement of air I have called wind, I could not ascertain. They came through him, as it were. A slight shiver ran across his body, noticed by his companion, but eliciting no comment from him. I took his pulse," concluded Debenham, sinking his voice now to a whisper, though a very clear one. "It was very rapid and extraordinarily strong. He seemed entirely unconscious of my presence. I also," again the faint shiver was perceptible, "felt his heart. It was— I have never felt such perfect action, such power. It was beating like an engine, like an engine. And the sense of vitality, of life in the room everywhere was electrical. I could have sworn it was packed to the walls with others." Debenham never ceased to watch his companion keenly while he spoke. Fillory then put his first question. "And the effect upon yourself?" he asked quietly. "I mean, any emotional disturbance? Anything, for instance, like what you saw in the Jura forests?" He did not look at his colleague. He stood up. The sound about them had now ceased almost entirely, and only faint, dying fragments of it reached them. "Roughly speaking," he added, making a half movement to go upstairs. He understood the inner struggle going on. He wished to make it easy for him. For the complete account he did not press him. Debenham rose too. He walked over to the china bowl, took up a card, read it, and let it fall again. The sun was over the horizon now, and a pallid light showed objects clearly. It showed the whiteness of the thin, tired face. He turned and walked slowly back across the hall. The first cart went clattering noisily down the street. At the same moment a final sound from the room upstairs came floating down into the chill early air. "My interest, of course," began Debenham, his hands in his pockets, his body rigid, as he looked up into his companion's eyes, "was very concentrated, my mind intensely active." He paused, then added cautiously, "I may confess, however, I must admit, that is, a certain increase well, a general sense of well-being, let me call it. The heat, you see. A feeling of peace, if you like it better, beyond the fear." He blurted out finally, changing his hands from his coat to his trouser pockets, as though the new position protected him better from attack. "Also, I somehow expected, any moment, to see outlines, forms, something new." He stared frankly into the eyes of the man who, from the step above him, returned his gaze with equal frankness. "And you, Edward?" he asked with great suddenness. "Joy? Could you describe it as joy?" His companion ignored the reference to new forms. He also ignored the sudden question. "Any increase of vitality, you want to say. The word joy is meaningless, as you know." "An intensification of consciousness in any way?" But Debenham had reached his limit of possible confession. He did not reply for a moment. He took a step forward and stood beside Fillory on the stairs. His manner had abruptly changed. It was as though he had come to a conclusion suddenly. His reply, when it came, was no reply at all. "Heat and light are favorable, of course, to life," he remarked. "You remember Joachim Muller. The optic nerve, under the action of light, acts as a stimulus to the organs of the imagination and fancy." Fillory smiled as he took his arm, and they went quietly upstairs together. The quoting was a sign of returning confidence. He said something to himself about the absence of light, but so low it was under his breath almost, and even if his companion heard it, he made no comment. "There was no moon at all tonight till well past 3. Even then, her light was of the faintest." No sound was now audible. They entered a room that was filled with silence and with peace. A faint ray of morning sunlight showed the form of the patient sleeping calmly, the body entirely uncovered. There was an expression of quiet happiness upon the face whose perfect health suggested perhaps radiance. But there was a change as well, though indescribable. There was power. He did not stir as they approached the bed. The breathing was regular and very deep. Standing beside him a moment, Fillory sniffed the air, then smiled. There was a perfume of wildflowers. There was, in spite of the cool morning air, a pleasant warmth. "You notice anything?" he whispered, turning to his colleague. Debenham likewise sniffed the air. "The window's wide open," was the low rejoinder. "There are conservatories at the back of every house all down the row." And they left the room on tiptoe, closing the door behind them very softly. Upon Debenham's face lay a curious expression, half anxiety, half pain. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 21. Dr. Fillory, lying on a couch in his patient's bedroom, snatched some 4 to 5 hours' sleep, though, if snatched, it was certainly enjoyed. A deep, dreamless, reposeful slumber. He woke, refreshed in mind and body, and the first thing he saw, even before he had time to stretch a limb or move his head, was 2 great blue eyes gazing into his own across the room. They belonged, it first struck him, to some strange being that had followed him out of sleep. He had not yet recovered full consciousness, and the effects of sleep still hovered. Then an earlier phrase recurred. To some divine, great animal. N.H., in his bed in the opposite corner, lay gazing at him. He returned the gaze. Into the blue eyes came at once a look of happy recognition, of contentment, almost a smile. Then they closed again in sleep. The room was full of morning sunshine. Fillory rose quietly and performed his toilet in his own quarters, but on returning after a hurried breakfast, the patient still slept soundly. He slept on for hours. He slept the morning through. But for the obvious evidences of perfect normal health, it might have been a state of coma. The body did not even change its position once. He left Debenham in charge, and was on his way to visit some of the other cases when Nurse Robin stood before him. Miss Kilcoff had called to inquire after Mr. Lavalone, and was waiting downstairs in case Dr. Fillory could also see her. He glanced at her pretty slim figure and delicate complexion, her hair, fine, plentiful, and shiny, her dark eyes with a twinkle in them. She was an attractive, intelligent, experienced young woman, tactful too, and of great use with extra-sensitive patients. She was, of course, already hopelessly in love with her present case. His singing, so she called it to Mrs. Soames, had excited her like a glass of wine. Some music makes you feel like that, so that you could love everybody in the world. She already called him master. "Please say I will come down at once," said Dr. Fillory, watching her for the first time with interest as he remembered these details Paul had told him. The girl, it now struck him, was intensely alive. There was a gain, an increase in her appearance somewhere. He recalled also the matron's remark. She was not usually loquacious with her nurses, that "he's no ordinary case, and I've seen a good few, haven't I? The way he understands animals and flowers alone proves that." Dr. Fillory went downstairs. His first rapid survey of the girl, exhaustive for all its quickness, he knew her so well, showed him that no outward signs of excitement were visible. Calm, poised, gentle as ever, the same generous tenderness in the eyes, the same sweet firmness in the mouth, the familiar steadiness that was the result of an inner surety. All were there as though the wild scene of the night before had never been. Yet all those were heightened. Her beauty had curiously increased. "Come into my study," he said, taking her hand and leading the way. "We shan't be disturbed there. Besides, it's ours, isn't it? We mustn't forget that you are a member of the firm." He was aware of her soft beauty invading, penetrating him, aware, too, somehow, that she was in her most impersonal mood. But for all that, her nature could not hide itself, nor could signs of a certain subtle change she had undergone fail to obtrude themselves. In a single night, it seemed, she had blossomed into a wondrous ripe maturity. Like some strange flower that opens to the darkness, the bud had burst suddenly into full, sweet bloom, whose coming only moon and stars had witnessed. There was moonlight now in her dark, mysterious eyes as she glanced at him. There was the gold of stars in her tender, yet curious smile as she answered in her low voice, "Of course, I always was a partner in the firm." There was the grace and rhythm of a wild flower swaying in the wind as she passed before him into the quiet room and sank into his own swinging armchair at the desk. But there was something else as well. A detail of his recent vision slid past his inner sight again while he watched her. "I felt sure you would come," he said. He looked at her admiringly, but peace strong in his heart. "The ordeal," he went on in a curious voice, "would have been too much for most women, but you—" he smiled, and the sympathy in his voice increased. "You, I see, have only gained from it. You've mastered, conquered it. I wonder," looking away from her almost as if speaking to himself, "have you wholly understood it?" He realized vividly in that moment what she, as a young unmarried girl, had suffered before the eyes of all those prying eyes and gossiping tongues. His admiration deepened. She did not take up his words, however. "I've come to inquire," she said simply in an even voice, "for Father and myself. He wanted to know if you got home all right and how Julian Lavalone is." The tone, the heightened color in the cheek, as she spoke the name no one had yet used, explained, partly at least, to the experienced man who listened, the secret of her sudden blossoming. Also, she used her father, though unconsciously perhaps. "He was afraid the electricity, the lightning even, had—" She hesitated, smiled a little, then added, as though she herself knew otherwise, "done something to him." Fillory laughed with her then. "As it has done to you," he thought, but did not speak the words. The need of formula was past. He thanked her, adding that it was sweet yet right that she had come herself, instead of writing or telephoning. "And you may set your father's mind at rest, for all goes well. The electricity, of course," he added on his own behalf as well as hers, "was more than most of us could manage. Electricity explains everything except itself, doesn't it?" He was inwardly examining her with an intense and accurate observation. She seemed the same, yet different. The sudden flowering into beauty was simply enough explained. It was another change he now became more and more aware of. In this way a ship, grown familiar during the long voyage, changes on coming into port. The decks and staircases look different when the vessel lies motionless at the dock. It becomes half recognizable, half strange. Gone is the old familiarity, gone also one's own former angle of vision. It is difficult to find one's way about her. Soon she will set sail again, but in another direction and with new passengers using her decks, her corners, hatchways, telling their secrets of love and hate with that recklessness the open sea and sky make easy. And now, with the girl before him, he couldn't quite find his way about her as of old. It was the same familiar ship, yet it was otherwise, and he, a new passenger, acknowledged the freedom of sea and sky. "And you, Irada?" he asked. "It was brave of you to come." She liked, evidently, the use of her real name, for she smiled, aware all the time of his intent observation, aware probably also of his hidden pain, yet no sign of awkwardness in her. To this man she could talk openly, or, on the contrary, conceal her thoughts, sure of his tact and judgment. He would never intrude unwisely. "It was natural, Edward," she observed frankly in return. "Yes, I suppose it was. Natural is exactly the right word. You have perhaps found yourself at last." And again he used her real name, Irada. "It feels like that," she replied slowly. She paused. "I have found at least something definite that I have to do. I feel that I must care for him." Her eyes, as she said it, were untroubled. The well-known Nyan flashed back a moment in the words. He recognized, to use his simile, a familiar corner of the deck where he had sat and talked for hours beneath the quiet stars, to someone who understood, yet remained ever impersonal. And the person he talked with came over suddenly and stood beside him, and took his hand between her own soft, gloved ones. "You told me, Edward, he would need a woman to help him. That's what you mean by natural, isn't it? And I am she, perhaps." "I think you are," came in a level tone. "I know it," she said suddenly, both her eyes looking down upon his face. "Yes, I suppose I know it." "Because you need him," his voice equally secure made an answer. Still keeping his hand tight between her own, her dark eyes still searching his, she made no sign that his blunt statement was accepted, much less admitted. Instead, she asked a question he was not prepared for. "You would like that, Edward? You wish it?" She was so close against his chair that her fur-trimmed coat brushed his shoulder. Yet, though with eyes and touch and physical presence she was so near, he felt that she herself had gone far, far away into some other place. He drew his hand free. "Irada," he said quietly, "I wish the best, for him and for you, and I believe this is the best, for him and you." He put his patient first. He was aware that the girl, for all her outer calmness, trembled. "It is," she said, her voice as quiet as his own, and after a moment's hesitation she went back to her seat again. "If you think I can be of use," she added, "I'm ready." A little pause fell between them, during which Dr. Fillory touched an electric bell beside his chair. Nurse Robbins appeared with what seemed miraculous swiftness. "Still sleeping quietly, sir, and pulse normal again," she replied in answer to a question, then vanished as suddenly as she had come. He looked into the girl's eyes across the room. "A competent, reliable nurse," he remarked. "And, as you saw, a pretty woman." He glanced out of the window. "She is unmarried." He mentioned it apparently to the sky. The quick mind took in his meaning instantly. "All women will be drawn to him irresistibly, of course," she said. "But it is not that." "No, no, of course it is not that," he agreed at once. "I should like you to see him, though not, however, just yet." He went on after a moment's reflection, and speaking slowly. "I should like you to wait a little. It's best. There has been a certain disturbance in his being." "It's his first experience," she began, "of beauty." "Of beauty in women, yes," he finished for her. "It is. We must avoid anything in the nature of a violent shock." "He has asked for me?" she interrupted again in her quiet way. He shook his head. "And we cannot be sure that it was you, as you, he sought and is affected by. The call he hears is, perhaps, hardly the call that sounds in most men's ears, I mean." The hint of warning guidance was audible in his voice, as well as visible in his eyes and manner. The laughter they both betrayed, a grave and curious laughter perhaps, was brief, yet enough to conceal stranger emotions that rose like dumb, gazing figures almost before their eyes. Yet if she knew inner turmoil, emotion of any troubling sort, she concealed it perfectly. "I am glad," the girl said presently. "Oh, I am really glad. I think I understand, Edward." And even while he sat silent for a bit, watching her with an ever-growing admiration that at the same time marveled, he saw the wonder of great questions riding through her face. The recollection of what she had suffered publicly in the studio a few hours before came into his mind again. In these questions, perhaps, lay the only signs of the hidden storm below the surface. Are there such things as nature beings, Edward?" she asked abruptly. "We know this is his first experience. Are there, then—" He was prepared a little for this kind of question by her eyes. "We have no evidence, of course," he replied. "Not a scrap of evidence for anything of the sort. There are people, however, so close to nature, so intimate with her, that we may say they are, strangely, inexplicably, akin." "Has he a soul, a human soul like ours?" she asked point-blank. "He is, perhaps, not quite like us. That may be your task, Ireda," he added enigmatically. He watched her more closely than she knew. She appeared to ponder his words for a few minutes, then she asked abruptly, "And when do you think I ought to come and see him? You will let me know?" "I will let you know. A few days, perhaps a week, perhaps longer. Some education, I think, is necessary first." He gazed at her thoughtfully, and she returned his look, her dark eyes filled with the wonder that was both of a child and of a woman, and yet with the security of something that was of neither. "It will be a great effort to you," he ventured with significant and sympathetic understanding, "after what happened. It is brave and generous of you—" He broke off. She nodded, but at once afterwards shook her head. She rose then to go, but Dr. Fillory stopped her. He rose too. "Nyan, I now want your help," he said with more emotion than he had yet shown. "My responsibility, as you may guess, is not light, and—" "And he is in your sole charge, you mean?" She had willingly resumed her seat and made herself comfortable with a cushion he arranged for her. He was aware chiefly of her eyes, for in them glowed light and fire he had never seen there before, but still in their depths. "Well, yes, partly," he replied, lighting a cigarette, "though Paul is ready with help and sympathy whenever needed. But the charge, as you call it, is not mine alone. It is ours." "Ours?" She started, though almost imperceptibly, as she repeated his word. "Subconsciously," he said in a firm voice, "we three are similar. We are together. We obey half instinctively the unknown laws of—" he hesitated a moment—"of some unknown state of being." He added then a singular sentence, though so low it seemed almost to himself. "Had we been man and wife, Arada, our child must have been like him." "Yes," she said, leaning forward a little in her chair, increased warmth yet no blush upon her skin. "Yes, Edward, we three are somehow together in this, aren't we? Oh, I feel it. It pours over me like a great wind, a wind with heat in it." Her hands clasped her knee as they gazed at one another for a moment's silence. "I feel it," she repeated presently. "I'm sure of it, quite sure." She stretched out a spirit hand, as it were, for an instant across the impersonal barrier between them, but he did not take it, pretending he did not see it. "Ours, Nyan," he emphasized, again using the name that belonged to everyone. "Therefore, you see, I want you to tell me, if you will, what you felt, experienced, perceived, in the studio last night." After watching her a little, he qualified, "Another day, if you would like to think it over, but sometime, without fail. For my part, I will confess, though I think you already know it, that I brought him there on purpose." "To see my effect upon him, Edward." "But in his interest, and in the interest of my possible future treatment. His effect upon yourself was not my motive. You believe that?" I know, and I will tell you gladly. Indeed, I want to." He was aware, as she said it, that it would be a satisfaction to her to talk. She would welcome the relief of confession. She could speak to him as doctor now, as professional man, as healer, and this too without betraying the impersonal attitude she evidently wore and had adopted, possibly, he wondered, in self-protection. "Tell me exactly what it is you would like to know, please, Edward," she added, and instinctively moved to the sofa so that he might occupy the professional swinging chair at the desk. "What you saw, Nyan," he began, accepting the change of position without comment, because he knew it helped her. "What you saw is of value, I think, first." He had all his usual self-control again, for he was now on his throne, his seat of power. His inner attitude changed subtly. He was examining two patients, the girl and himself. She sat before him demure, obedient, honest, very sweet but very strong. If her perfume reached him, he did not notice it. The appeal of her loveliness went past him. He did not see her eyes. He had a very comely and intelligent young woman facing him, and the glow, as it were, of an intense inner activity, strongly suppressed, was the chief quality in her that he noted. But his new attitude made other things, too, stand out sharply. He realized there was confusion in her own mind and heart. Her being was not wholly at one with itself. This impersonal role meant safety until she was sure of herself, and so far she had been entirely and admirably non-committal. No girl, he remembered, could look back upon what she had experienced in the studio, upon what she had herself said and done, before a crowd of onlookers too, without deep feelings of a mixed and even violent kind. That scene with a young man she had never seen before must bring painful memories. If it was love at first sight, the memories must be more painful still. But was it a case of this sudden, rapturous love? What indeed were her feelings? What, at any rate, was her dominant feeling? She had felt his appeal beyond all question, but was it as Nyan or as Irada that she felt it? She was non-committal and impersonal, conscious that therein safety lay, until, having become one with herself, harmonious, she could feel absolutely sure. One hint only had she dropped. It was Nyan speaking, that her mothering, maternal instinct was needed, and that she must obey its prompting. She must care for him. Dr. Fillory, meanwhile, though he might easily have probed and made discoveries without her knowing that he did so, was not the man to use his powers now. Unless she gave of her own free will, he would not ask. He would close eyes and ears even to any chance betrayal or unconscious revelation. When you first looked in, for instance, you had just come in from the street, I think. You opened the door on your way upstairs. Do you remember? She remembered perfectly. I wanted to see who was there. You, I think, were chiefly in my thoughts. I was wondering if you had come. Her voice was even, her eyes quite steady. She chose her next words slowly. I saw, to my intense surprise, a figure of light. Shining, you mean? A shining figure? She nodded her head as one little hand put back a straying wisp of dark hair from her forehead. A figure like flame, she agreed. I saw it quite clearly. I saw everything else quite clearly, too. The inner room, various people standing about, the piano, the thick smoke, everything as usual. I saw you. You were in the big outer room beyond, but your face was very distinct. You were staring straight at me. True, put in Dr. Fillory. I saw you in the doorway plainly. In the foreground, by itself apart somehow, though surrounded by people, was this shining, radiant outline. I thought it was a vision, the first thing of that sort I had ever seen in my life. That was your very first impression, even before you had time to think? Yes. It struck you as unusual? I cannot say more than that. I knew by the light it was unusual. Then it moved, talking to Povey or Kempster or someone, and I realized in a flash who it was. I knew it must be your friend, the man you had promised to bring, And then? He asked quickly before she could pronounce the name. And then... She stopped, and her eyes looked away from him, not in the sense that they moved, but that their focus changed, as though she looked at something else, at something within herself, no longer, therefore, at the face in front of her. He waited. He understood that she was searching among deep, strange, seething memories. He let her search, and watching closely, he presently saw the sight return into her eyes from its inward plunge. "And when you knew who it was," he asked very quietly, "were you still surprised? Did he look as you expected him to look, for instance?" "I had expected nothing, you see, Edward, because I had not been consciously thinking about his coming. No mental picture was present in me at all. But the moment I realized who it was, the light seemed to go. I just saw a young man standing there, with his head turned sideways to me. The light, I suppose, lasted for a second only, that first second. As to how he looked, well, he looked not only bigger, he is bigger than most men," she went on, "but he looked—" Her voice hushed instinctively a little on the adjective. "Different." Her companion made a gesture of agreement, waiting in silence for what was to follow. "He looked so extraordinary, so wonderful. she resumed, gazing steadily into his eyes, "that I can hardly put it into words, Edward, unless I use childish language." She broke off and sighed, and something he fancied in her wavered for a second, though it was certainly neither the voice nor the eyes. A faint trembling again perhaps ran through her body. Her account was so deliberately truthful that it impressed him more than he quite understood. He was aware of pathos in her, of some vague trouble very poignant, yet inexplicable. A breath of awe, it seemed, entered the room and moved between them. "The childish words are probably the best, the right ones," he told her gently. "An angel," she said instantly in a hushed tone. "I thought of an angel. There is no other word I can find, but somehow a helpless one. An angel out of place." He looked hard at her, his manner encouraging, though grave. He said no word. He did not smile. "Someone not of this earth quite," she added. "Not a man, at any rate." Still more gently, he then asked her what she felt. "At first I couldn't move," she went on, her voice normal again. "I must have stood there 10 minutes fully, perhaps longer." Her listener did not correct the statement. "When I suddenly recovered and looked about for you, Edward, but could not see you. I needed you, but could not find you. I remember feeling somehow that I had lost you. I tried to call for you in my heart. There was no answer. Then I closed the door quietly and went upstairs to change from my street clothes." She paused and passed a hand slowly across her forehead. Dr. Fillory asked casually a curious question. "Do you remember how you got upstairs, Nyan?" Her hand dropped instantly. She started. "It's very odd you should ask me that, Edward," she said, gazing at him with a slightly rising color in her face, an increase of fire glowing in her eyes. "Very odd indeed. I was just trying to think how I could describe it to you. No, actually, I do not remember how I got upstairs. All I know is, I was suddenly in my room." A new intensity appeared in voice and manner. "It seemed to me I flew, or that something carried me." "Yes, Nyan, yes. It's quite natural you should have felt like that." "Is it? I remember so little of what I actually felt. I wonder, she went on softly, with an air almost of talking to herself, if it will ever come back again, what I felt then." "Such moments of subliminal excitement," Dr. Fillory reminded her gently, "have the effect of obliterating memory sometimes." "Excitement," she caught him up. "Yes, I suppose it was excitement. But it was more, much more than that. Stimulated. I think that's the word, really. I felt caught away somewhere, caught away, caught up, as if into the rest of myself, into the whole of myself. I became vast." She smiled curiously. "If you know what I mean, in several places at once, perhaps, is better. It was an immense feeling. No, I mean a feeling of immensity." "Happy?" His voice was low. Her eyes answered even before her words, as the memory came back a little in response to his cautious suggestion. "A new feeling altogether," she replied, returning his clear gaze with her frank, innocent eyes that had grown still more brilliant. "A feeling I have never known before." She talked more rapidly now, leaning forward a little in her chair. "I felt in the open air somehow, with flowers, trees, hot burning sunshine, and sweet winds rushing to and fro. It was something bigger than happiness, a sort of intoxicating joy, I think. It was liberty, but of an enormous spiritual kind. I wanted to dance. I believe I did dance. Yes, I'm sure I did, and with hardly anything on my body. I wanted to sing. I sang downstairs, of course." "I heard," he put in briefly. He did not add that she had never sung like that before. "The moment I came into the room, yes, I remember, I went straight to the piano without a word to anyone." She reflected a moment. "I suppose I had to. There was something new in me I could only express by music. Rhythm, that is, not language." "It was natural," Dr. Fillory said again. "Quite natural, I think." "Yes, Edward, I suppose it was," she answered, then sank back in her chair, as though she had told him all there was to tell. Dr. Fillory smoked in silence for a few minutes, then rose and touched the bell as before, and as before, Nurse Robbins appeared with the same miraculous speed. There was a brief colloquy at the door. The woman was gone again, and the doctor turned back into the room with a look of satisfaction on his face. All, apparently, was going well upstairs. He did not sit down, however. He stood looking out of the window at the drab wintry sky of motionless clouds, his back to his companion. It was midday, but the light, while making all things visible, was not light. There was no shine, no touch of radiance, no hint of sparkle beneath the canopy of sullen cloud. The English winter's day was visible, no more than that. Yet it was not the English day, nor the clouds, nor the bleak, dead atmosphere he looked at. In a single second his sight traveled far, far away, covering an enormous interval in space and time, in condition too. He saw a radiant world of sun-drenched flowers tossing with random airs of an earthly wind. He saw a foam of forest leaves shaking and dancing against a deep blue sky. He saw a valley whose streams and emerald turf knew not the touch of human feet. The familiar symbols he saw, but inflamed with a new meaning. "Thank you, Edward, thank you." She was just behind him, her hands upon his shoulders. "You understand everything in the world," she added. "And out of it," but too low for him to hear. He came back with an effort, turning towards her. They were standing level now, and very close, eyes looking into eyes. He felt her breath upon his face, her perfume rose about him. Her lips were moving just in front of him. Yet, for a second, he did not know who she was. It was as though she had not come with him out of that valley, not come back with him. An insatiable longing seized him, to return and find her, stay with her. The ache of an intolerable yearning was in his heart, yet a sudden flash of understanding that brought a bigger, almost an unearthly joy in its train. At the call of some service, some duty, some help to be rendered to humanity, the three of them together, he, N.H., the girl, were in temporary exile from their rightful home. The scent of wildflowers rose about him. He suddenly remembered, recognized, and gave a little start. He had left her behind in the valley. Irada. It was Nyan who now stood before him. He uttered a dry little laugh. "You startled me, Nyan. I was thinking. I didn't hear you." She had just thanked him for something. Oh yes, because he had left her alone for a moment, giving her time to collect herself after the long cross-examination. He took both her hands in his. "Our patient, then, isn't it?" he asked in a firm voice, looking deep into her luminous eyes. He saw no fire in them now. "I'll do all I can, Edward." She returned the pressure of his hands. His keen insight, operating in spite of himself, had read her clearly. It was mother, child, and woman he had always known. The three, however, were already in process of disentanglement. For the first time during their long acquaintance, what now stood so close before him was the woman. Yet behind the woman, like an enveloping shadow, stood the mother too. And behind both, again, stood another, wild, gigantic, lovely possibility. Was it, then, the child that he had left playing in the radiant valley? The child, he knew, was his always, always, even if the woman was another's. He laughed softly. These, after all, were but transitory states in human, earthly evolution, concerned with play, with the production of bodies, and so forth. He had lost himself in her deep eyes. Her gaze lay all over him, over his entire being, like a warm, soft covering that blessed and healed. She was so close that it seemed he drew her breath in with his own. She made a movement then, a tiny gesture. He let go the hands his own had held so long. He turned from the window and from her. He was trembling. "What came later," he resumed in his calm, almost in his professional voice, "you probably do not remember?" He went towards his desk. "We need not talk about that. No doubt, in your mind, it all remains a blurred impression." She interrupted, following him across the room. "What happened, Edward?" she said very quietly in her lowest tone. "I know. It was all told to me. But my memory, as you say, is so faint as to be worthless, really. What I do remember is this." She tapped her open palm with 2 fingers slowly as she spoke the words. "Light, heat, a smell of flowers, and a rushing wind that lifted me into some kind of exhilarating liberty where I felt the intense joy of knowing myself somehow free, and greater, oh, far greater, than I am now." Then she suddenly whispered again, too low for him to catch, "Angelic." A smile, as of glory, rippled across her face. His voice, coming quickly, was cool, its tone measured. "And you will come to see him the moment I let you know," he interrupted abruptly. "It may be a few days, it may be a week. The instant it seems wise." He was entirely practical again. She went to the door with him. "I'll come, of course," she answered as he opened the door. "I'll let myself out, Edward, please. I know the way. There's no good being a partner if one doesn't know the way out." She laughed. "And in, remember," he called down the little passage after her, as, with a smile and a wave of the hand, she was gone. He went back to his desk, drew a piece of paper towards him, and jotted a few notes down in briefest fashion. The expression on his rugged face was enigmatical, perhaps, but the sternness, at least, was clear to read, and it was this, combining with an extraordinary tenderness, that drew out its nobility. Intensification of consciousness, involving increased activity of every center, hearing, sight, touch, and smell all affected. Slight exteriorization of consciousness also took place. No signs of split or divided personality, but an increase of coherence rather. The central self active, aware of greater powers in time and space, hence sense of joy, heat, light, sound, motion. Distinct subliminal uprush, followed by customary loss of memory later. Her whole being, together with neglected tracks as yet untouched by experience, her entire being, reached simultaneously. Knew herself for the first time a woman, but something more as well. Unearthly complex visible. Appeal made direct to subconscious self. Unfavorable reactions, none. Favorable reactions, increased physical and mental strength. He laid down his pencil as with a gesture of impatience at its uselessness, and sat back in the chair thinking. The effect N.H. had upon other people was here again confirmed. That, at least, seemed reasonably clear. Vitality was increased. Heart and mind caught up an extra gear. Thought leapt, if extravagantly, towards speculation. Emotion deepened, if ecstatically, towards belief. All the normal reactions of the system were speeded up and strengthened. Consciousness was intensified. More than this, With some it was extended, and subliminal powers were set free. In his own experience, this had been the case. The sight, hearing, even a mild degree of divination had opened in his being. It had similarly taken place with Debenham, an unlikely subject, who fought against acknowledging it. Father Collins, too, he suspected, he recalled his behavior and strange language, had known also a temporary extension of faculty outside the normal field. He remembered again the customs official, Charing Cross Station, and a dozen other minor instances. Indications as yet were slight, he realized, but they were valuable. Such abnormal experiences, moreover, each one interpreted, respectively, in the terms of his own individual being, of his own temperament, his own personal shibboleths. The law governing unusual experience operated invariably. Was not his own particular vision easily explained? It might indeed, had it happened earlier, had found a place in his own book of advanced psychology. He reflected rapidly. He believed the industrial system lay at the root of civilization's crumbling, and that man must return to nature. Therefore, his yearnings dramatized themselves in personified representations of the beauty of nature. He could trace every detail of his vision to some intense but unrealized yearning, to some deep hope, desire, dream as yet unfulfilled. Always these yearnings and wishes unfulfilled. Color, form, and sound again, he used them one and all in his treatment of special cases, and felt hurt by the ignorant scoffing and denial of his brother doctors. Hence their present dramatization. His immense belief again in the results upon the race, when once the subliminal powers should have reached the stage where they could be used at will for practical purposes, this in its turn led him to hope, perhaps to believe, that this strange case might prove to be some fabulous, bright messenger who brought glad tidings. All was explicable enough. A smile stole over his face. He began to laugh quietly to himself. Yes, he could explain all, trace all to something or other in his being, yet he knew that the real explanation, well, his cleverest intellectual explanation and analysis were worthless after all, for here lay something utterly beyond his knowledge and experience. The note of another searcher recurred to him. Each human being has within himself that restless, creative fantasy which is ever engaged in assuaging the harshness of reality. Whoever gives himself unsparingly and carefully to self-observation will realize that there dwells within him something which would gladly hide up and cover all that is difficult and questionable in life, and thus procure an easy and free path. Insanity grants the upper hand to this something. When once it is uppermost, reality is more or less quickly driven out. But he knew quite well that, although he belonged to what he called the unstable, the something which Jung referred to had by no means obtained the upper hand. The vista opening to his inner sight led towards a new reality. Ah, if he could only persuade Paul Debenham to see what he saw. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 22. Lady Gleason had heard from a Promethean what had transpired in the studio after she had left, and her interest was immensely stimulated. These details she had not known when she had driven her hero home, and had felt so strangely drawn to him that she had kissed him in front of Dr. Fillory, as though she caressed a prisoner under the eyes of the warder. She made her little plans accordingly. It was some days, however, before they bore fruit. The telephone at last rang. It was Dr. Fillory. The nerves in her quivered with anticipation. Debenham, it appeared, had been away, and her kind letters and presents, he regretted to find, had remained unanswered and unacknowledged. Mr. Levolone had been in the country too, with his colleague, and letters had not been forwarded. Oh, it would do him good to see people. It would be delightful if she could spare a moment to look in. Perhaps for a cup of tea tomorrow. No, tomorrow she was engaged. The next day, then. The next day it was. In the morning arrived a brief letter from Mr. Levolone himself. "You will come to tea tomorrow. I thank you. Julien Levolone." Yet there was something both in Dr. Fillory's voice, as in this enigmatic letter, that she did not like. She felt puzzled somewhere. The excitement of a novel intrigue with this unusual youth, none the less, was stimulating. She decided to go to tea. She put off a couple of engagements in order to be free. A servant let her in. She went upstairs. There was no sign of Dr. Fillory, nor, thank heaven, of Debenham either. Tea, she saw, was laid for two in the private sitting-room. Levolone, seated in an armchair by the open window, looked magnificent and overpowering, as she called it. He rose at once to greet her. "Thank you," he said in his great voice. "I am glad to see you." He said it perfectly, as though it had been taught him. He took her hand. Her ravishing smile, perhaps, he did not notice. His face, at any rate, was grave. His height, his broad shoulders, his inexperienced eyes and manner again delighted Lady Gleeson. The effect upon her receptive temperament, at any rate, was instantaneous. That he showed no cordiality, did not smile, and that his manner was constrained, meant nothing to her, or meant what she wished it to mean. He was somewhat overcome, of course, she reflected, that she was here at all. She began at once. Sitting composedly on the edge of the table, so that her pretty silk stockings were visible to the extent she thought just right, she dangled her slim legs and looked him straight in the eyes. She was full of confidence. Her attitude said plainly, "I'm taking a lot of trouble, but you're worth it." "Mr. Levolone," she purred in a teasing, yet determined voice, "why do you ignore me?" There was an air of finality about the words. She meant to know. Levolone met her eyes with a look of puzzled surprise, but did not answer. He stood in front of her. He looked really magnificent, a perfect study of the athlete in repose. He might have been a fine Greek statue. "Why," she repeated, her lip quivering slightly, "do you ignore me? I want the truth," she added. She was delighted to see how taken aback he was. "You don't dislike me." It was not a question. Into his eyes stole an expression she could not exactly fathom. She judged, however, that he felt awkward, foolish. Her interest doubtless robbed him of any savoir-faire he might possess. This talk face to face was a little too much for any young man, but for a simple country youth it was, of course, more than disconcerting. "I'm Lady Gleeson," she informed him, smiling precisely in the way she knew had troubled so many other men. "Angela," she added softly. "You've had my books and flowers and letters, yet you continue to ignore me. Why, please?" With a different smile and a pathetic, childish voice, "Have I offended you somehow? Do I displease you?" Levolone stared at her as though he was not quite certain who she actually was, yet as though he ought to know, and that her words now reminded him. He stared at her with what she called his awkward and confused expression, but which Fillory, had he been present, would have recognized as due to his desire to help a pitiful and hungry creature, that, in a word, his instinct for service had been a little stirred. The scene was certainly curious and unusual. Levolone, with his great strength and dignity, yet something tender, pathetic in his bearing, stood staring at her. Lady Gleason, brimming with a sense of easy victory, sat on the table edge, her pretty legs well forward, knowing herself divinely gowned. She had her victim, surely, at a disadvantage. She felt at the same time a faint uneasiness she could not understand. She concealed it, however. "I suffer here," he said suddenly in a quiet tone. She gave a start. It was the phrase he had used before. She thrilled. She hitched her skirt a fraction higher. "Julian, poor boy," she said, then stared at him. "How innocent you are." She said it with apparent impulse, though her little frenzied mind was busy calculating. There came a pause. He said nothing. He was, apparently, quite innocent, extraordinarily, exasperatingly innocent. In a low voice, smiling shyly, she added, as though it cost her a great effort, "You do not recognize what is yours." "You are sacred," he replied with startling directness, as though he suddenly understood, yet was stupidly perplexed. "You already have your man." Lady Gleason gulped down a spasm of laughter. How slow these countrymen could be! Yet she must not shock him. He was suffering, besides. This yokel from the woods and mountains needed a little coaxing. It was natural enough. She must explain and teach, it seemed. Well, he was worth the trouble. His beauty was mastering her already. She loved, in particular, his innocence, his shyness, his obvious respect. She almost felt herself a magnanimous woman. "My man," she mentioned. "Oh, he's finished with me long ago. He's bored. He has gone elsewhere. I am alone," she added with an impromptu inspiration, "and free to choose. It must be pain and loneliness to you." Levallois looked, she thought, embarrassed. He was struggling with himself, of course. She left the table and came up close to him. She stood on tiptoe so that her breath might touch his face. Her eyes shone with fire. Her voice trembled a little. It was very low. "I choose you," she whispered. She cast down her shining eyes. Her lips took on a prim, inviting turn. She knew she was irresistible like that. She stood back a step, as if expecting some tumultuous onslaught. She waited. But the onslaught did not come. Levallois, towering above her, merely stared. His arms hung motionless. There was, indeed, expression in his face, but it was not the expression that she expected, longed for, deemed her due. It puzzled her as something entirely new. "Me," he repeated in an even tone. He gazed at her in a peculiar way. Was it appraisement? Was it halting wonder at his marvelous good fortune? Was it that he hesitated, judging her? He seemed, she thought once for an instant, curiously indifferent. Something in his voice startled her. The moment's pause, at any rate, was afflicting. Her spirit burned within her. Only her supreme belief in herself prevented a premature explosion. Yet something troubled her as well. A tremor ran through her. Levallois, she remembered, was Levallois. His own thought and feeling lay hidden from her blunt perception, since she read no signs unless they were painfully obvious. But in his mind, in his feeling rather, since he did not think, ran evidently the sudden knowledge of what her meaning was. He understood. But also, perhaps he remembered what Fillory had told him. For a long time he kept silent, the emotions in him apparently at grips. Was he suddenly going to carry her away, as he had done with that little Russian poseuse? She watched him. He was intensely busy with what occupied his mind. for though he did not speak, his lips were moving. She watched him, impatient, and wonder in her, impatience at his slowness, wonder as to what he would do and say when at last his simple mind had decided. And again the odd touch of fear stole over her. Something warned her. This young man thrilled her, but he certainly was strange. This was, indeed, a new experience. Whatever was he thinking about? What in the world was he going to say? His lips were still moving. There was a light in his face. She imagined the very words, could almost read them, hear them. There. Then she heard them, heard some at any rate, distinctly. "You are an animal, yet you walk upright." The scene that followed went like lightning. Before Lady Gleeson could move or speak, however, he also said another thing that for one pulsing second, and for the first time in her life, made her own utter worthlessness become appallingly clear to her. It explained the touch of fear. Even her one true thing, her animal passion, was a trumpery affair. "There is nothing in you I can work with," he said with gentle, pitying sympathy. "Nothing I can use." Then Lady Gleeson blazed. Vanity instantly restored self-confidence. It seemed impossible to believe her ears. What had he done? What had he said that caused the explosion? He watched her abrupt, spasmodic movements with amazement. They were so ugly, so unrhythmical. Their violence was so wasteful. "You insult me!" she cried, making these violent movements of her whole body that, to him, were unintelligible. "How dare you? You—" The breath choked her. "Cad," he helped her, so suddenly that another mind not far away might almost have dropped the word purposely into his own. "I am so pained," he added, "so pained." He gazed at her as though he longed to help. "For you, I know, are valuable to him who holds you sacred, to your husband." Lady Gleeson simply could not credit her ears. This neat, though unintentional, way of transferring the epithet to her who deserved it left her speechless. Her fury increased with her inability to express it. She could have struck him, killed him on the spot. Her face changed from white to crimson like some toy with a trick of light inside it. She seemed to emit sparks. She was transfixed, and the shiver that ran through her was, perhaps for once, both sexual and spiritual at once. "You insult me!" she cried again, helplessly. "You insult me!" "If there was something in you I could work with, help," he began, his face showing a tender sympathy that enraged her even more. He started suddenly, looking closer into her blazing eyes. "Ah," he said quickly below his breath, "the fire, the little fire." His expression altered, but Lady Gleeson, full of her grievance, did not catch the words, it seemed. "In my tenderest, my most womanly feelings," she choked on, yet noticing the altered expression on his face. "How dare you?" Her voice became shrill and staccato. Then suddenly, mistaking the look in his eyes for shame, she added, "You shall apologize! You shall apologize at once!" She screamed the words. They were the only ones that her outraged feelings found. "You show yourself, my fire," he was saying softly in his deep, resonant voice. "Oh, I see and worship now. I understand a little." His look astonished her even in the middle of her anger, the pity, kindness, gentleness in it. The bewilderment she did not notice. It was the evident desire to be of service to her, to help and comfort, that infuriated her. The superiority was more than she could stand. "And on your knees," she yelped, "on your knees, too!" Drawing herself up, She pointed to the carpet with an air of some tragedy queen to whom a lost self-respect came slowly back. "Down there," she added, as the gleaming buckle on her shoe indicated the spot. She did not forget to show her pretty stockings as well. The picture was comic in the extreme, yet with a pathetic twist about it that, had she possessed a single grain of humor, must have made her feel foolish and shamed until she died, for his kneeling position rendered her insignificance so obvious it was painful in the extreme. La Valonne clasped his hands. His face, wearing a dignity and tenderness that emphasized its singular innocence and beauty, gazed up into her trivial prettiness, as she sat on the edge of the table behind her, glaring down at him with angry but still hungry eyes. "I should have helped and worshipped," his deep voice thrilled. "I am ashamed. Always, you are sacred, wonderful. I did not recognize your presence calling me. I did not hear nor understand. I am ashamed." The strange words she did not comprehend, even if she heard them properly. For one moment she knew a dreadful feeling that they were not addressed to her at all. But the sense of returning triumph, the burning desire to extract from him the last ounce of humiliation, to make him suffer as much as in her power lay, these emotions deadened any perceptions of a subtler kind. He was kneeling at her feet, stammering his abject apology, and the sight was wine and food to her. Though she could have crushed him with her foot, she could equally have flung herself in utter abandonment before his glorious crouching strength. She adored the scene. He looked magnificent on his knees. He was. She believed she too looked magnificent. "You apologize to me," she said in a trembling voice, tense with mingled passions. "Oh, with what sadness for my mistake you cannot know," was his strange reply. His voice rang with sincerity, his eyes held a yearning that almost lent him radiance. Yet it was the sense of power he gave that thrilled Lady Gleeson most, for she could not understand it. Again a passing hint of something remote, incalculable, touched her sense of awe. She shivered slightly. La Valonne did not move. Appeased, yet puzzled, she lowered her face, now pale and intense with eagerness, towards his own, hardly conscious that she did so, while the faint idea again went past her that he addressed his astonishing words elsewhere. Blind vanity at once dismissed the notion, though the shock of its brief disthroning had been painful. She found satisfaction for her wounded soul. A man who had scorned her now squirmed before her beauty on his knees, desiring her, but too late. "You have some manhood after all," she exclaimed, still fierce, the upper lip just revealing the shining little teeth. Her power at last had touched him. He suffered, and she was glad. "I worship," he repeated, looking through her this time, if not actually past her. "You are sacred, the source of all my life and power." His pain, his worship, the aching passion in him made her forget the insult. Upon that face upturned so close to hers she now breathed softly. "I'll try," she said more calmly. "I'll try and forgive you, just this once." The suffering in his eyes, so close against her own, dawned more and more on her. "There now," she added impulsively, "perhaps I will forgive you, altogether." It was a moment of immense and queenly generosity. She felt sublime. La Valonne, however, made no rejoinder. One might have thought he had not heard, only his head sank lower a little before her. She had him at her mercy now. The rapt and wonderful expression in his eyes delighted her. She bent slightly nearer and made as though to kiss him, when a new idea flashed suddenly through her mind. This forgiveness was a shade too quick, too easy. Oh, she knew men. She was not without experience. She acted with instant decision upon her new idea, as though delay might tempt her to yield too soon. She straightened up with a sudden jerk, touched his cheek with her hand, then, with a swinging swish of her skirts, but without a single further word, she swept across the room. She went out, throwing him a last glance just before she closed the door. At his kneeling figure and upturned face, she flung this last glance of murderous fascination. But love alone did not move or turn his head. He made no sign. His attitude remained precisely as before, face upturned, hands clasped, his expression rapt and grave as ever. His voice continued. "I worship you forever. I did not know you in that little shape. O wondrous central fire, teach me to be aware of you with awe, with joy, with love, even in the smallest things. O perfect flame behind all form." For a long time his deep tones poured their resonant vibration through the room. There came an answering music, low, faint, continuous, a long, deep rhythm running in it. There was a scent of flowers, of open space, a fragrance of a mountain top. The sounds, the perfume, the touch of cool, refreshing wind rose round him, increasing with every minute, till it seemed as though some energy informed them. At the center he knelt steadily, light glowing faintly in his face and on his skin. A vortex of energy swept round him. He drew upon it. His own energy was increased and multiplied. He seemed to grow more radiant. A few minutes later the door opened softly and Dr. Fillory looked in, hesitated for a second, then advanced into the room. He paused before the kneeling figure. It was noticeable that he was not startled, and that his face wore no expression of surprise. A smile indeed lay on his lips. He noticed the scent of flowers, a sweetness in the air as after rain. He felt the immense vitality, the exhilaration, the peace and power too. He had made no sound, but the other, aware of his presence, rose to his feet. "I disturbed you," said Fillory. "I'm sorry. Shall I go?" "I was worshipping," replied N.H. "No, do not go. There was a little flash." He looked about him for an instant as if slightly bewildered. "A little sign. Something I might have helped, but it has gone again. Then I worshipped, asking for more power. You notice it?" he asked with a radiant smile. "I notice it," said Fillory, smiling back. He paused a moment. His eye took in the tea things and saw they were untouched. He felt the teapot. It was still warm. "Come," he said happily. "We'll have some tea together. I'll send for a fresh brew." He rang the bell, then arranged the chairs a little differently. "Your visitor?" he asked. "You are expecting someone?" N.H. looked round him suddenly. "Oh!" he exclaimed. "But she has gone." His surprise was comical, but the expression on the face changed in his rapid way at once. "I remember now. Your Lady Gleeson came," he added, a touch of gentle sadness in his voice. "I gave her pain. You had told me. I forgot." "You did well," Fillory commented with smiling approval, as though the entire scene was known to him. "You did very well. It is a pity only that she left too soon. If she had stayed for your worship, your wind and fire might have helped." N.H. shook his head. "There is nothing I can work with," he replied. "She is empty. She destroys only. Why," he added, "does she walk upright?" But Lady Gleeson held very different views on the recent scene. This magnificent young male she had put in his place, but she had not finished with him. No such being had entered her life before. She was woman enough to see he was unusual, but he was magnificent as well, and secretly she loved his grand indifference. She left the house, however, with but an uncertain feeling that the honors were with her. 2 days without a word, a sign from her, would bring him begging to her little feet. But the begging did not come. The bell was silent, the post brought no humble, passionate, abandoned letter. She fumed. She waited. Her husband, recently returned to London and immensely preoccupied with his concessions, her maid too were aware that Lady Gleeson was impatient. The 3rd, the 4th day came, but still no letter. Whereupon it occurred to her that she had possibly gone too far. Having left him on his knees, he was, perhaps, still kneeling in his heart, even prostrate with shame and disappointment. Afraid to write, afraid to call, he knew not what to do. She had evidently administered too severe a lesson. Her callers, meanwhile, convinced her that she was irresistible. There was no woman like her in the world. She had, of course, been too harsh and cruel with this magnificent and innocent youth from the woods and mountains. Thus it was that, on the 4th day, feeling magnanimous and generous, big-hearted too, she wrote to him. It would be foolish, in any case, to lose him altogether merely for a moment's pride. Dear Mr. Lavalone, I feel I must send you a tiny word to let you know that I really have forgiven you. You behaved, you know, in a way that no man of my acquaintance has ever done before, but I feel sure now you did not really mean it. Your forest and mountain gods have not taught you to understand civilized women, so I forgive. Please forget it all as I have forgotten it. Yours, Angela Gleeson. P.S. And you may come and see me soon. To which, 2 days later, came the reply, Dear Lady Gleeson, I thank you. Julian Lavalone. Within an hour of its receipt she wrote, Dear Julian, I am so glad you understand. I knew you would. You may come and see me. I will prove to you that you are really forgiven. There is no need to feel embarrassed. I am interested in you and can help you. Believe me, you need a woman's guidance. All I have is yours. I shall be at home this afternoon, alone, from 4 to 7 o'clock. I shall expect you. My love to you and your grand wild gods. Yours, Angela. P.S. I want you to tell me more about your gods, will you? She sent it by special messenger, reply underlined on the envelope. He did not appear at the appointed hour, but the next morning she received his letter. It came by ordinary post. The writing on the envelope was not his. Either Debenham or Fillory had addressed it, and a twinge of unaccustomed emotion troubled her. Intuition, it seems, survives even in the coarsest, most degraded feminine nature, ruins of some divine prerogative, perhaps. Lady Gleeson, at any rate, flinched uneasily before she opened the long, expected missive. Dear Lady Gleeson, be sure that you are always under the protection of the gods, even if you do not know them. They are impersonal. They come to you through passion, but not through that love of the naked body, which is lust. I can work with passion, because it is creative, but not with lust, for it is destructive only. Your suffering is the youth and ignorance of the young uncreative animal. I can strive with young animals and can help them, but I cannot work with them. I beg you, listen. I love in you the fire, though it is faint and pitiful. Julian. Lady Gleeson read this letter in front of the looking-glass, then stared at her reflection in the mirror. She was dazed, but in spite of the language she thought silly, she caught the blunt refusal of her generous offer. She understood, yet, unable to believe it, she looked at her reflection again, then impulsively went downstairs to see her husband. It really was more than she could bear. The man was mad, but that did not excuse him. "He is a beast," she informed her husband, tearing up the letter angrily before his eyes in the library, while he watched her with a slavish admiration that increased her fury. "He is nothing but an animal," she added. "He's a— "Who?" came the question, as though it had been asked before. For Sir George wore a stolid and patient expression on his kindly face. "That man La Valone," she told him. "One of Dr. Fillory's cases I tried to help. Now he's written to me." George looked up with infinite patience and desire in his kindly gaze. "Cut him out," he said dryly, as though he was accustomed to such scenes. "Let him rip. Why bother, anyway, with patience?" As he crossed the room to comfort her, knowing that presently the reaction must make him seem more desirable than he really was, "Never in my house again," she sighed, as he approached her lovingly, his fingers in his close brown beard. "He is simply a beast, an animal." End of chapter 22.